appreciate the things that you two do, you and James, right? Did decorate.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Walk outside.
Oh shit. We in the hood? Or the hood is in here?
Absolutely. Sticky fingers, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to the stream. Let's go. Let's make the go. Guess we are the hood boogers.
Scratch that. Maybe it's because we too good looking.
They can get up. Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the Welcome to the stream. Let's go. Let's make the go. All three to the kill. Wow, I guess we are the hood boogers. Scratch that. Maybe it's because we too good looking. They say we have less in the chat, nobody will book us, but we do it for the long gamers who stood with us. That's a fact. They name drop, our names get mad when we address it. We try to live our life, don't stress it. Yeah. What? We didn't create the drama, all we doing is correcting the record. Did you hear us? Did you get the message? Come on. Let's go. We are the hood boogers. Scratch that. Maybe it's because we too good looking. They say we have less in the chat, nobody will book us. But we do it for the long gamers who stood with us. That's a fact. They name drop, our names get mad when we address it. We try to live our life, don't stress it. Yeah. What? We didn't create the drama, all we doing is correcting the record. Did you hear us? Did you get the message? Come on. Let's go. They name drop, our names get mad when we address it. We try to live our life, don't stress it. Yeah. What? We didn't create the drama, all we doing is correcting the record. Did you hear us? Did you get the message? Come on. Let's go. Welcome to the stream. Let's make the go. All green in the chat. What? Fuckery donuts now open. The swim god. J.F.K. Let's swim. Welcome to the stream.
Killer, you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chilling, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. Killer, 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 you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram.
Killer, 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 you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chilling, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, Miles King. You need to kill the noise. You seen the picture. Shh. 12 a.m. We're on the porch. We're creeping up to 1 a.m. We're having an after hours. We're just hanging out. We're waiting on Kev to bring the Hennessy. I don't know where Jay Brill's at because he got a lot to say. Jay Brill got a lot to say. Paging Jay Brill. Jay Brill, you out there, buddy? Are you there? Kev right now is rolling up a blunt. Probably looking for his lighter. His dog's probably licking his face. Kev's a wild boy. We did the Mother's Day stream earlier. It was pretty good. Played some good jams. It is Mother's Day weekend. We're still in full effect, but now, shh. We're on the porch. What do you guys want to talk about? Miles King is in a jail cell. Miles King, you know, one thing about life, it has a funny way of catching up with you, especially when you're doing bad. And Scapicchio, was she doing that case pro bono? I don't know. But that put a whole wrench in what she was trying to do over there. It's funny, I heard someone saying the last time they was in court, Miles King was in court with Karen Reed, and Miles King and Karen Reed was having a conversation. Would you believe it? And that's what they get out of all this. They talk about that. They talk about how Karen was in court with him, and now he got picked up by the feds, and he was cool with her, and or she was being cordial with him. But I mean, what are you gonna do in that situation? Anybody could be fooled when someone's behind, on the bench, or should I say on the benches in the courthouse, not with shackles and handcuffs. You don't know what they're doing there. You don't know the extent of it. And then when you mention Proctor, you don't automatically assume that it's all fugazi. But in this case, Miles King gets caught slanging Fetty, slanging crack, because the ATF agents, that's what they do, ladies and gentlemen. ATF agents like to bump into people. And they bumped right into you. Isn't that true, Miles? Miles King, Miles Queen, Miles. Wow. 100 miles and running. Killer, 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 you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chilling, boy.
You ain't chilling, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy. You need to kill the noise. Had a chick, she lived on the hill, that was Bayview. Peace to the real ones who always stay true. It was juvenile detention before they age you. Growing up in the system, we all paid dues. We were hellbound, like Jeff 2 times. UNLV, Chelsea on the blue line. Hustle at the airport, doing shoe shines. Live to die, we were all doing crime. Up late, just trying to make a flight. Sitting back, watching days turn to night. Grays on our face now, how they turning white. You know moms did the best trying to raise us right. Archetype on the mix, feeling the vibes. If you can't see the shine, it's like your eyes are blind. With all due respect, it's like they living a lie. This is a wellness check, hip-hop's alive.
It go. Miles King. It goes.
Go, killer, 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 you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't
You ain't chilling, boy. Nope.
killing, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise.
It goes. Killer, 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 you ain't killing, boy.
Killer, 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 you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chilling, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. It was Lafayette, 5 leads in the basement. All I see now is streams in the...
All I see now is dreams in the Matrix. I miss, was he arrested? Yes, he was arrested. He was picked up, making changes. Arrested. Because that's what happens. And your man J.F.K. was on Miles King early. Early. I was on Miles King. And so wasn't this gentleman right here. Kev, you still got to figure out the adjusting on that microphone. Go ahead. I don't hear nothing back though. Let me hear. Talk to me.
No?
Talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
I don't hear no kickback.
Mike checker.
We're good. We're good.
Nice.
Maybe it's when our homeboys up here. We got the 3-man weave because I don't hear nothing. Everything's nice and
It's crispy on my end too.
crispy. Yeah, so Miles Kane got busted by the Fed selling the Fetty. And people, if you don't know, that's Kevy Kev 781. If you don't know who I am, I go by the name of Randy Allen Boucher, aka J.F.K. What's going on, my brother?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much. Happy Saturday. Yeah. Early morning Saturday. Yeah.
We're on the porch. Don't want to wake the neighbors, so let's keep it down.
That's right. Goddamn.
What you drinking?
I'm drinking a Midnight Black.
Oh, bro, you should see the Ghost I got, man. I got a 7-Up Ghost.
Really?
It looks like a 7-Up. It says 7-Up Lime Ghost. Brand new.
I've been jumping on this right here. This new shit over here.
Ooh, the bum energy. Well,
Yeah,
I'm making changes. Would love that.
Here.
Oh, he would love it
soda.
too.
Oh,
God.
God damn.
Damn, making changes, but love a bum soda with some cream in it. Wouldn't you making changes? God damn,
making changes.
Oh shit. Oh man, son. What the fuck is going on?
Just fine.
Damn night shift, Nomad. You be working the night shift, huh, girl? Oh, fuck, son.
God damn.
Did you read that one?
A hot soda.
Everything comes from the stoop. Everything.
I'm one with the ocean, steering the Orcas' eyes.
I'm one with the ocean, steering the Orcas' eyes. I'ma be alright, you got it all wrong.
Woof. Wow. Interesting. He's where he belongs, for sure. Miles King, that is. So go ahead, Kevy Kev. Miles King got picked up by the feds. Capicchio did all that work. And now he's right back where it all started, in a cell.
I mean, is it cleanup? I mean, how do we
play by design?
Do you think it's the state cleaning shit up?
Well, the feds got him.
Yeah, well, Proctor made a mess, you know. I mean, you seen how he come out? He come out pretty hard. He was flaunting, you know. I mean, it was only. I mean, if that was the energy he was throwing, I mean, it was only a matter of time, you know.
Well, he's got a reputation, right? Or should I say, a look, an aesthetic that he needs to keep up with, and you're not getting that from working a 9 to 5. You want that fast money, and that's the thing. The drug game's all messed up because if you're selling fentanyl, not saying that it was any better back in the day as far as drugs was bad, period. But people weren't taking one pill and dying. It just wasn't happening that way. Not saying that someone couldn't take a pill and die. Not saying there wasn't a lot of lethal drugs back then, because there was for sure.
Yeah,
But that fentanyl, come on, that shit's crazy. That shit could kill you just being in the room with it.
exactly,
You know.
exactly.
So
It's
at
potent.
this point, yeah. So at this point, if you're slanging fentanyl, you're basically out to kill. You know, and and considering you got a second chance at life, and the tentacles, like he didn't even realize it. Like, I mean, did you look at your lawyer, my dude, and like what you're connected to, the Karen Reed? This is the way you went out. Like seriously, like you had a better chance of just riding this out and seeing how it played out, and you could have made some money later off this, just telling your story. I mean, he could have started podcasting, even if he was lying to kick it. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
It's funny
exactly.
because Kevin Hart just came up with a statement earlier. It was on some podcast or something, or he was on some major network. I forget, but he said that live streamers are taking all Hollywood's money, like just from promoting, from products, advertisement. This is where it's at. The live stream, right? The power of it, whatever you're in. If it's entertainment, there's that aspect where you could talk about, Static wants to start doing it on me and Static shows on Tuesdays. He wants to start talking about current events. He wants to just throw shit out there like, hey, did you hear about this in the hip hop, entertainment type thing? And I'm like, whatever,
Yeah,
and we talk about things here too. But for the most part, you know, we talk amongst ourselves and we have a nice little crowd and we're open to get bigger and we're open to talk about different subjects for sure. I actually we just played the Orca. I actually hit up the Orca man. There's a guy, a kid. He's a young kid. I would say he's about 30 years old, the oldest. And he calls himself the Orca man or something like that. He's a pretty viral dude. He's got like some I don't know if you guys ever seen him on Facebook, but he's got long hair, good looking kid. He's got long hair and he knows everything about orcas.
really.
Yeah, so I hit him up, and I'm like, "Hey, you would be a good guest on my show." He's seen it, but I don't know if it was him because it's a business page, because it could have been someone else running this page. He's seen it and he never answered me, and I told him I was willing to pay him because this dude knows everything about orcas. Like, so I'm willing to do a show about orcas. Like, that's where I'm at with this shit because it's interesting to know the different. We don't have to do a whole show, like a whole 3 hours on it, but we could do like a segment on and parallel it to life because I think it is a big parallel to think that there is these things in the ocean that live hundreds of years and they escape us. They escape the humans, right? And they live
Yeah,
on. And it's just the mindset of there's things going on around us right now that you don't just time and things is just happening and
it's
the
crazy. You're right, and things change.
thank you,
And
Crystal.
it's funny that you bringing up the orcas, but I actually watched a crazy, crazy documentary on polar bears.
Yeah, man, they're getting a bad
And
rap.
well, what's gone on is that since now that with all the global warming that's happened overall, the past decade, the Antarctica and all the frozen, barren places where these polar bear thrive, the waters have changed and the orcas are now there.
Yep. And they're hunting the polar bears.
and they're hunting the polar bear, which in hundreds of years, this has never been an issue for these polar bear, and now they have to readapt. It's
But
crazy. It
now
was a
the polar
crazy
bears,
documentary.
but now the polar bears are in the streets out there and they're eating people.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, it was, I mean, the orca's smart. The orca's smart because
Oh, they're
the
brilliant.
orca they hunt the seal. They hunt a lot of the that
They hunt the sharks. They hunt great whites.
that too. But their delicacy is the seal. I mean,
Oh
they
yeah,
got a
but so
routine
ain't
to
but so ain't the great whites. They go after the seals. So
and
that's
the polar bear.
and the polar bear. Well, the
So
polar bear goes after the sea lions too, and the sea lions, them sea lions are deadly too. Them things are that's like a seal on steroids.
oh yeah,
They go
yeah,
after the sea lions. Go after the sea leopards. They call them sea leopards. The sea leopards. They go after the penguins.
yeah.
Them sea leopards are vicious.
I'll tell you, to see the way they yeah, I was watching. They had this seal. He was doing everything he could, man, to get away from these orcas, man.
Sucks.
And he found himself like a nice chunk of ice, and he got up there, and he's checking everything out, scoping out his situation.
They
And these
figured it
fucking
out.
orca, they start circling that ice pod.
Popping
They
up.
start making waves and shit. Starts
Yeah.
flushing them off, washing them off the fucking ice,
Yep.
back into the water, and
And then
next thing you,
they hit him with the tail too. Bop, and the thing, they play with it.
yeah,
These sucking. And look, I got the orca hat on today. This is the bee hat,
goddamn,
the killer bee, baby. You got one on too. You got the black and white orca.
goddamn cookie
My
orca.
my man
Goddamn.
Burner, my man Burner owns all that. Another
Yeah,
colon cancer survivor, Burner. That's my guy, Burner. Yeah, man. And I remember when he told me he was making that shit. He called his weed cookies. I was on the back of the tour bus with him, and he pulled out the weed and it said it's called cookies. And then
oh shit.
he took the weed and put it in the dispensaries, it made it legal, LLC'd it, and then made a brand, started making clothes cookies. But it all
Nice.
started with that strand of weed cookies. He's a rapper, but he
Sure.
ended up making $55 million a year off the weed and the clothes.
Yeah,
Crazy. Pivot. Another pivot.
yeah,
The pivot is magical, ladies and gentlemen. And
it is.
keep that in mind. Like the pivot is something like, and that's like the orcas, like the segue to the orcas. Like now they're hunting seals and the great whites hunt seals. And if they come across these great whites, they got to figure out a way to let these great whites know, like, we run this shit. So they figured out a way to hunt the great white. So what do? They ram the great white. The great white flips over, gets them into a state where they can't do anything. And then they pull the liver out and they eat the liver. And then the great white just washes up with just his liver eaten. It's like, and there's two, I had played it before. There's two orcas that are doing it out in South Africa that are killing their money out there because people like to look at the great whites, which in the Cape too, in the Cape, you could go to the Cape, 8 people can rent the boat. I think it's 2,500 up to 5 to 6 people, 2,500. They take you out. They got to spot a plane. Plane goes out, spots the great whites, and the boat goes out, and you can see the great whites in their environment out in Chatham, Plymouth Bay, Cape Cod Bay, things like that. And it's great. They're out there now. They're starting to make their way back. The great whites are out there. So you're going to start seeing the great whites. But here's the crazy thing. The great whites in Swampscott, in Ipswich, because they got a seal population out there right around Gloucester, them little
Yeah,
now the seals are out that way. So which is scary because now,
yeah. Used to
you
be a
get one.
seal. Used to be a seal that you could see him like out by the Beverly Bridge and shit.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, yeah. Right, trying to think of, off of Bridge Street, Salem. You could
Hmm.
see that motherfucker. He'd be out there swimming.
Yeah. Yeah. The pivot. Yeah. So like, so basically, it's the same thing. What you're saying with the
The polar bear.
with the polar bears, they ain't got no place to be at no more. There's no place they can hide. There's no ice out there.
That's
Global
right.
warming. Now they're in the water with the orcas. Before they could just look down at them like, "Hey, Mister Orca, go fuck yourself." You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Or
see,
jump in
that's
a hole,
it's
jump out of a hole, out of the ice. Now they're stuck and they're in the middle of the ocean with them. And
well,
and they can swim, but they can't. You know what I mean? They can swim them polar bears, but the problem is they're not eating right. You know what I
well,
mean?
they use what it is about the polar bear is that they got two layers of skin. They're made to walk distances and be on land. Which when I say land, it's ice, but it's all breaking up. So like you're saying, they can swim.
Hmm.
They can actually get up to like I don't know if it's like 8 or 9 knots.
Oh, they can
I mean,
move.
they could probably trot about 30 miles an hour. You know what I'm saying? But when the water there, and 8 knots is fast.
That's fast.
And they got to swim distances to get
Distances.
to because of the global warming. So they're
Yeah.
spending more time in the water, and now they're becoming fucking lunch.
And they're becoming lunch and they're burning calories. And if they didn't eat, right, they're becoming weak and they can't fight. And then they end up, you know what I mean? So, and that's why they're hunting humans. Now they're like, well, fuck this. I got to pivot. Let's just go into the neighborhood in
Yeah,
Fairbanks, Alaska and catch somebody out, somebody putting
taking
their
their
trash in
trash
the
out.
bag.
Yeah, fuck.
And that's the
And it,
thing. Like
there's a
if a
crazy.
polar, did you see the dude who went inside the thing? It was a clear thing. Like he made like this camera where he went inside like a clear entrapment and he put the camera and the polar bear smelled him and the polar bear had his mouth and he was trying to open it up and he was hitting it and
Oh yeah,
like like he had the
I didn't
camera.
see that, but I have
Yeah,
seen
like
different
it's
scenarios
not
like that.
they're like the polar bears want to eat you. Like that's the problem. Like they want to eat you, and that's another thing. They're out there. So now these people are fishing, right? Like there was a guy who was fishing recently. I seen a video. He was out there like fisherman, and the polar bear was swimming, like you said, like he wasn't supposed to be there, but he had no other place to go. And like now the polar bear was trying to get on that boat. Yo, that polar bear was trying to get on the
Oh
boat.
god damn.
Yeah, man. So the shit is getting wild out there, man. And
God damn, motherfucker was trying to hitch a ride.
he was
God,
about to eat. He was about to eat everybody on that boat. They're
exactly.
vicious. They're vicious,
Imagine
bro.
seeing that fucking polar bear take over a boat and shit. God damn.
There he is, Adi. What up, Adi?
Jaws, yeah,
Jaws.
you like that? I remember that movie, Adi. That was a good movie.
Yeah. And the
Jaws.
crazy part about Jaws was that when they made that movie in the Cape about great whites, like it was like there's no great whites out here. They're not in the cold waters. You got nothing to worry about. And then what? That movie came out 78, 79, maybe
Yeah,
77 or something, right?
yeah,
It came out early, right? And then fast forward to 2007, 2008, the seal population, they passed a law in Massachusetts that you can't kill the seals. So now the seals are packed everywhere. And then all of a sudden the great whites start populating. They start seeing one or two, like '05, '06. Some was pop up. They would catch one here and there because the waters were cold and the great whites didn't know how to adapt. They would wash up. One washed up in Beverly one year. I remember like a
yeah,
fisherman, like it got distorted, disorientated because
yeah,
it was cold. And then they started adapting and to the cold water. And now look, hundreds of great whites out here, hundreds. So what they made on film, like I don't worry about it. Nah, now there's hundreds. Come May to November, hundreds of great whites out
yeah,
here. And now that brings the question: does the orca start moving out? There's that one orca that creeps around out here, Uncle Tom, Thom. He's one orca, one lonely orca. He's a cool orca. He swims with a dolphin. He swims with the dolphins.
Goddamn.
Yeah, but they say like for some reason or another, like he's a loner. He doesn't roll with his pod. He rolls with the
Really?
dolphins though. But yeah, he swims through the Cape sometimes. Like a couple times they spotted him, and he's always with a dolphin. He's either with like 4 or 5 dolphins or like one dolphin. They just move together. It's wild, man. An orca.
Yeah.
They call him Old Tom. And I guess they got him pegged at like 60. Shit is wild,
Really?
son. Yeah. Shit is wild, bro.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, I believe, I believe they, they have they have communication,
Yeah, they talk. And
and
that's another thing. Just say this. Each orca talks their own language. So like a part of orcas from Alaska versus a part of orcas in the Netherlands or Washington State or Canada, all these different pods, like they got the L pod, the this pod, the that, they all speak different. So like all these orcas, and that's what I mean about this orca dude. Like he keeps up with all that. You should go swimming with dolphins. Adi, I have a pet dolphin. You didn't see my pet dolphin, Adi? You want to go swim? He bought me this hat. My pet dolphin.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Let's start this up.
Flipper? I like Flipper.
Now,
Remember Flipper?
I got $500 right now. I'm gonna start it up. $500. I'm just typing it fast. I got $500 for Adi right now. $500, Adi.
Yeah, just come up on the porch.
Come up on the porch. 500,
tonight, man. Chill out. Have a cigarette.
Have a cigarette. You know? I'm drinking a coffee, man. I'm sure they got a 24-hour Dunkin'. $500, Adi.
He was in the back of my truck one night.
Was he? He jumped in with you?
Fuck, I think it was on a blizzard run. Motherfucker was in there.
We got $600.
Fucking earmuffs on and shit.
He don't need the money, but that's okay, Adi. We're gonna keep it going. We got 6. He says he don't need the money, but let's see how much we could get it up to, Adi. We're at 600 right now. Don't swim with dolphins. They are only they want.
God damn.
God damn, Adi.
God damn.
So wait a minute. We at damn, Adi. This is crazy. We got 700. We're at 700. I know I put up 5. We got another 2. Adi, I know you don't need the money, but I'm curious to see how much money we can get it up. Maybe you might change your mind. We had 700. Right now we're at 7. 700 for Adi. 700 for Adi to come up here. We got another 100. We had 800, Adi. We had 800. Adi, 800 right now.
God damn.
Wait a minute. I think we see another 100, right? Oh, so we got 900. We're at 1,000, Adi. We got 1,000 right now.
God damn.
Adi, we're at 1,000. We're at 1,000 right now, Adi. We're at 1,000. Right now, come up. Come up, hang up. Hang out with us.
We got a bag for you.
Oh shit. Hold on. Justice Junkie got another 500. Adi, we're at 6. Adi, we're at 1,600, bro. No, we're at 1,500. What am I saying? We're at 1,500. Why did I say 1,600? I don't even know why I said that. We're at 1,500, Adi. 1,500 right now. 1,500. We have 1,500 right now, Adi. I know you don't need the money, but shit, come take the money. What are you doing, Adi, man? Let's break bread, bro. I'm 1000%. I'll definitely send you the money before you come up here. We'll give you the money. 1000%. Everybody wants to talk to you, Adi.
Yeah, man.
You're the man of the hour.
Shit.
That's a lot of money, right, Kevin? Kevin,
Yeah.
your beard's looking on point, huh?
God damn. Been letting this shit grow out.
Whatever you're doing, keep it like that. Don't play with it.
Yeah.
I know you like playing with that shit. Don't play with it. It looks good right now. Beard's on point there, Kev. The mustache is killing it too.
Yeah. Fucking all got lined up the other day, man. Nice.
Is that who lined it up? You lined it up?
Nah, I went right across the street, man. I got fucking pampered and shit.
Oh, they
Motherfucker was
hooked you up.
spraying all the shit on, wrapped me in a towel and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fucking straight up, fucking. I was there for like an hour and 20 minutes, man.
Hooked you right
Motherfucker,
up.
I fell asleep in that shit.
God damn, Kevin. Yeah, Kevy's looking fresh. His stash is looking good. It's not easy to
God
get the
damn.
stash that perfect. Keep that stash.
Yeah,
Don't
no.
fuck with the stash.
No.
Make a change. It said you get your feet done too. God damn, make it changes. We have 1500 for Adi. Adi says don't go
1500.
swimming with dolphins. Don't go swimming with dolphins, Adi says, because if you do, you will get humped. Would you believe? Dan B coming through and says, I got $9.99 for the boys. Thank you. Try the beard wax. It really helps it grow. Wow. Polly Pockets, a power
Yeah,
trip.
I've
I like
actually
that
tried
name.
the beard wax. It's a little oily though, you know. You gotta fucking.
So
You gotta do that shit.
let's segue into something. So me and you just on the porch chilling. So today I thought I don't know what Jay Brill always talks about. So he went swimming in Mexico. That's dope, body. I mean, shit, that 1500 real talk though, Waddy. That's a trip to Mexico, bro.
Yeah, Mexico is nice, man. I
I
went
mean,
out there once.
if you plan ahead, like if you plan ahead, I mean, plane tickets are pretty pricey nowadays, but at least that would get you close, man. You would have to put 1500 right now it would cover most of it. You put up another G, you'd be good. 2500, you'd be back in Mexico, Waddy.
Yeah.
If you plan ahead, obviously, if you plan ahead. But anyway, so we was in the we was doing the Happy Mother's Day, by the way, to all the ladies, Mother's Day weekend. I'm gonna be popping in, doing some Mother Day mixes, playing the songs, talking to all my mothers out there, all my ladies out there. Peace to the ladies. And while we was doing the Mother's Day, we was on a different type of time. We talked a little bit of Eddie O'Brien, and I always stick up for Adi because give it a Eddie. He needs the money. Well, you opened up that door, Adi. Well, see, Adi, honestly, Adi, I'm gonna be real with you. I think that people should give you some grace because to say that you did this shit, you would have to say there's so many people involved. Do you agree, Debbie Kev?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's not fair to your loved ones, man. I know you and your ex-wife, whatever, that's you guys' business. But, I know how it is, Adi, man. I got kids and it's not easy. You know what I mean? You might have made a mistake years ago on a domestic. I don't know. That's your business.
Yeah.
It's really not my business, man, to be honest with you. But I keep trying to tell this chat to think that how he did this shit, you would have to assume that everybody knew about this shit. That's the only way it makes sense.
And I mean, in the and who you are to that family. I mean, you were the brother-in-law. You know you were married to
Carol.
Janet's sister, Carol, which to think that her sister, her own sister, you know,
What makes more sense? Does it make more sense that Eddie parents are enabling him versus Carol would stand with her husband even after she divorced him years later, and still stick to a lie? Like, what makes more sense to you?
I mean, I don't know. Not for nothing. Does every divorced husband keep in touch with, if he's got a new wife and kids, does he still keep in touch with, you know, his family that he had in the past? Is that
Yeah,
something? Would you?
but I got to stick up for Adi. If something like that happened, like,
Well,
bro,
like,
that's something you
so,
experience. Like,
so
if
Adi,
so I'm just saying, you built cars, right? If you built a
yeah,
car with somebody, right? Or you did something with somebody, you guys, you hold like a bond, like, you know what I mean? Like, you did
yeah,
a build, like you did something with them, right? Like, something tragic like that happened where the kids' mothers got murdered, and you don't know how much they leaned on Adi during that time.
yeah,
Adi, for the first 5 years when they were still kids, Adi might have helped them through. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And they never forgot about it. So we don't know. So yeah, to answer that question, yes, I think so.
Okay.
Because they're both fighting the same fight. Because they don't want to see I stay in touch, them all meet and Carol have kids. Yeah, and that's another thing. Carol, they got
So
kids.
there's
So
cousins. Yeah,
they're related. They're all
yeah,
related. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So I mean,
Are you a Adi? Can you answer me this? Are you a godfather to any of Janet's kids? Are you a godparent? Was your wife a godparent at the time to any of Janet's kids? I think that's just a simple question. Nothing wrong with, you know. That's an even tighter bond, which would make me understand, you know, the connection that's never faded.
yeah, but why would you think it would fade? Why would you think that connection would fade after going through something like that?
Um, I don't know. I don't know if it should fade or if I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if there was some bad times between, Carol and Addie, and, you know, sh- she obviously did have a couple of bad times.
Mhm.
Um, does the family pick sides at that point? If your aunt had a domestic with her ex-husband, do the kids pick sides?
A legit question. What did Adi say? He say anything?
Hold on, I gotta get my cheetah 125s.
Adi says yes at Queen. I don't know. I'm trying to flip through the chat. No, I have
He's an
4
uncle.
God.
Becky G said he's an uncle. Adi answered, "No, I have four. No, I have four goddaughters, though.
Nice,
But
Adi.
he's not,
So let's
on
stay there for
any
a
of
second.
Janet's."
Let's open up the conversation, Adi, man. Let's just chill, man. Let's keep it mellow, man. I feel like the energy's good right now. Are you down to kick it for a minute on the chat? Answer a couple of things. One things that you can answer, not things you don't have to answer things you don't want to answer. But just listen to what we're saying. I want the chat to understand this. We talked about this yesterday, and I talked about this earlier on um, the Mother's Day mix chat. It's up. Go check it out. Play some good songs if you guys want to hear some music and just relax. But I'll tell you, that transfer hearing is what started this war. Because right off the bat, it was the difference between 20 years, 30 years in jail, which is a long time. But when you look at it now, it doesn't seem such like a long time, does it? Like, you know what I mean? Like what I mean is like Eddie right now, he's got 30 years in and like he could legit come home. Like he would be coming home right now off this
Yeah.
crime. And when you think about it, because we all lived it, we all was there in 95. We all lived it.
Yep.
Everybody here, everybody did. God bless us all. When you think about it, it's like, was that enough time? Like, who thinks right now that was a good show? Thank you, Adi. I appreciate that, dude. Appreciate it. Do you, do you- do you think that's enough time? So if he would have got tried as a juvenile and he got 30 and he got 30 years, do you think that would have been enough time for what he allegedly or what he got found convicted as of right now? That's what he's convicted. Do you think that was enough time for what happened to Janet? Like, if you found out he got parole and they said he was coming home, do you think that he should come home?
Um, I mean, if being a juvenile, um, and medically finding out that over his time of being incarcerated that he might not have things might not have been fully developed at that age with his way of thinking, and whether or not he was he felt he was rehabilitated, you know that he made a change. I think that he should have gotten the opportunity. Yeah.
So the answer
Yes.
is yes. You think if someone stabbed someone 98 times at 15 years old, did that to their friend's mother, right? On a Sunday, like you want you think that he should get let go.
He was charged as a juvenile, you're saying, for the
Well, he
third.
still would have went upstate. He still would have went to Walpole sooner
Yeah.
or later. It's not like
Yeah, I mean, he after,
even
like
if
you
he would
said,
have.
maybe
Well,
been committed
let
till
me
he
put
was
some more
21.
context. Yeah, so let me put more context. If he did programs without the programs, like if he just did his time and we like without knowing what he did in there, meaning without knowing if he did programs, if he got help, if he's on medication, you didn't know all that. You know what I mean? Leave all that out. You just know that you found out Eddie O'Brien was getting released from prison. Without everything you gotta just take that out of your head. And you found out he was getting released. And as far as you knew, he did that. Do you think that's enough? And I know that's probably like talking with both
Well, I
sides of
mean,
my
that's
mouth.
tough because I would be relying on the programs and what he has at his reach, during his time of incarceration, whether or not you know he felt as though that he needed that, you know, as a corrective action for his actions at the time, and maybe understanding it.
I understand.
I mean, that's a tough question, man. I mean, like you said, I mean,
But
it's
I'm saying
the
in the
case.
right now, when I look at that situation and I think about Eddie right now, and I think about that, and I think 30 years, I don't see, I don't if
But
if
well,
Eddie did this, if Eddie did this crime, if he did this crime, he's doing that shit again. I mean, what did he learn upstate, man? What did he learn upstate? I'm just saying, like, if he went to Walpole, Shirley Max, Norfolk, and he's around all these places, what did he learn? You take a 15-year-old kid, he's gonna get out at 45 years old. How is he even gonna know what relationships are? I mean, I'm just saying, my opinion, no. Because not because he's a bad guy and maybe he could get help. Maybe he could be one of that unicorn that could get out and fix his life and change, like, maybe save lives. I don't know. But based on that, based based on being 15 and coming home at 45 trying to get it right, I mean, that's tough, man. That's asking a lot because you're asking two things. You're asking someone who's sick not to to do a crime like that again. And then you're asking someone that is sick to get his life together. And when all that and how's he gonna feel when everybody's looking at him? Like, you know what I mean? And like the way he is, he's already getting looked at crazy because he's like 6'8", this big guy. You can't miss him. And then when you find out what he did or what he didn't do, like how does he get past all that? And like he claims it's no big deal. I can handle it. Of course, everything's easier said than done. Get out, no big deal. My family, everything's good. Really? Have you got the dose of the internet yet? So I don't know. You know what I mean? I would say no, based on what I know how life is, like right now in 2026 with the internet and questions and the expectations where he comes from. Is he institutionalized? I don't know, you know?
yeah,
Now, obviously,
yeah. I mean, it is.
if he didn't do it, he's even gonna have problems if he didn't do it. Like if Eddie didn't do this and he comes home, he's still gonna have issues when he gets out. He's just not
Oh
going to
yeah,
get out of jail after 30 years or 40 years if he didn't do this crime and just be okay. That's not the way it works. There's
yeah,
going to be a lot of issues.
yeah.
I don't know. I hope I ain't talking out of school. So you say
No,
yes.
but there's going to be a. I mean, he's going to experience a lot of pushback too. You know, I mean, you know, the the other family's going to push back. You know,
Well, the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe that Eddie is innocent, then you got to believe that Adi and Carol know something that we don't know. Because for Adi to be lying completely about his story, that means Carol knows that he's been lying. Now, here's my thing. I'm starting to think that Artie might have been there, right? And Artie, you know, I'm even going as far as maybe Artie was there, not there during the murder, but just there in that area for whatever reason he was there, right? And he just can't speak to that. Because that's the only thing that makes sense with all these different things Adi keeps getting caught up into.
yeah,
And maybe he just can't speak to it.
yeah. And it could be,
No
and it
JFK.
could be a matter of like you're saying, like maybe he. I mean, down to
Wrong place, wrong time, like someone just said.
yeah. Like, I mean, he could have lied to his wife. Yeah, I'm downtown, and he could have been, right there.
See, everybody's saying these things about Eddie. Explain this to me. Why was there a red knife in the barrel? And why was their porn magazine discarded? And why did the person at Midnight Convenience say he showed me a green knife? And if that's the case, why didn't they ever say, hey, okay, here's the green
Now,
knife?
so let's can we talk about the porn magazines?
You could talk about whatever you want, brother.
because I mean I'm under the impression that those magazines were taken from Janet's home from one of the boys. I think or maybe there was a situation where Eddie Senior
That's what
had come over
that's
to
what he
talk.
told us.
Okay, to talk. So if that happened months before this incident, I would question, damn, why'd you hold on to the porn? Why didn't you just discard it? Why didn't you throw it out in that week's trash that you got it? If this incident took place days before or a week before, Janet's incident, I could say, all right, they're in the trash in a waste barrel, or they were in the house and, Big Ed was getting rid of them and they just so happened to be in his trash bin.
Yeah. Eddie got a cousin that did time for murder. He's yeah. He actually was with Eddie, right? Trash Day just got tossed does not mean he committed anything. The knife question is more of oddity. Got an energy
I
check.
mean, what's
So
that?
we believe that. So if Adi was there, if okay, can we all agree, Chad? If Adi was there, right? His cab was parked in the same spot from the time Janet got discovered. Can we all agree? You agree to that, Kevy?
It would have to be, yeah,
But this is what it is, right?
yeah. I mean, it would have to be because there was a blood trail behind it. Um,
Okay. So the cab was there at nine. The body got discovered at 9:45, which means is the cab was there 8:30. But ask yourself this question. Paul came out the house and said he seen his mother at 8:30 sleeping. So he leaves. So that gives the perpetrator, if it's Adi, and Adi, like I said, I'm just, I hate to do this. I know you're probably sick of hearing this shit, and forgive me. But I'm starting to have the common sense to say, how is it Adi, man? It just doesn't make sense. It don't make sense. It just don't make sense. 8:30, Paul leaves. So what? He's seen Adi in the house. Hey, Adi, how you doing? And Adi's killing his mother. We're gonna believe that, though. We're gonna believe that. I mean, is it possible? Yes, it is. But then you gotta. I mean, but then that would mean. Then don't worry about Dan B. Thank you so much. Right? I got some energy. Long gamers. Let's match some energy real quick. Let's go.
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy. Let's feel.
Um, I was parked on Hamlet Street on the right hand side, the correct way at the stop sign. So on the right hand side. So where Brilliant was parked, that's the right hand side, right?
if
Well,
he was driving up,
yeah.
were you driving up Hamlet, or were you on Boston pulling down? Because then
Granddaughter just woke up. Take your time, Adi. Take your time, bro. We're here.
Stop yelling and stop yelling, bro. Just you're typing. Stop yelling over there, Adi.
It must be a little one, man. God bless her.
Well, easy
gets
on the
stressful.
keyboard, Adi.
Hopefully you come back. If you don't come back, we'll see you next time, brother. God bless. But I'll just say this, chat. I'll say this. So Paul leaves at 8:30, right? He jumps in the car with Michelle and Jeannie, and they go to Revere Beach. He says he sees his mother sleeping on the couch. So in between that time, and then remember what Michelle Beach says. She says that Ryan said in some report or somewhere down the line, he was parked up. He's saying up Hamlet. So yeah, it would be the right side, up Hamlet. He just answered you, up Hamlet.
So on
So
the
you
right
weren't
hand
parked
side,
so you weren't parked you weren't parked with your headlights pointed down Highland to Highland. You were parked headlights pointed at Boston.
that's right. That's correct. Now that makes sense for him to say a blood trail behind my car. You understand? Because now the trunk would be facing down Hamlet, right? Maybe approximately where them bushes end. You know,
Not really though.
see, personally, when I talked to somebody when I went out there, they said that those bushes carried all the way down. So some shrubbage has been removed from that property. But as you
Do we
walk
know
up the hill,
do we know exactly where he came out at?
but what I want to say is when you walk up the hill, if you look at the shrubs, you can tell there was a common cut
Yeah, I get
through.
it.
You
I
know what
get
I'm
it.
saying? It's worn out. The
Right.
trees have taken, the bushes have taken a shape where you could fit right through. And I think that's what, I don't think he jumped out at the end of the um, yard. I think it was more or less out the basement and
Then what
to the
happened to the blood? So if he dropped blood and there was a blood and there was a blood trail, how'd he clean the blood? And why when and then to answer I mean to
I mean, if
the
a blood
question that
trail went across
let me
the
just say
street, why didn't they follow the blood trail to where? You know what I'm
exactly to
saying?
find yeah. Wouldn't they follow the blood trail? Wouldn't they follow that? Wouldn't that blood trail keep going? How did it just stop?
Exactly.
And wouldn't they want to follow it? And if they followed it, wouldn't they find where he changed his clothes at? And keep in mind, when he jumped out the bushes, Marco never said he jumped out the bushes with a backpack or anything with him. So where was the change of clothes? And where did we have the murder weapon? I mean, this is all the things that make you say, how the hell did he get away with this? Like, how didn't he slip up?
Right.
Like, and that's some premeditated shit if he covered all these boxes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit is wild. But it still don't make no sense because if there was blood, where's the blood on Eddie? And then why didn't Marco see blood? To Todd's point, why didn't he say when he jumped out the bushes he was covered in blood?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
He had a white shirt on.
I mean, wouldn't he be covered in blood at that point? Wouldn't he have blood on his face? I mean, I'm just saying, all that time, like to believe Eddie did it, you would have to believe that she didn't bleed on Eddie. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And then to believe Eddie did it, you'd have to say he changed his clothes. But Marco said he seen him and he didn't have a change of clothes. And the question is, where did he change his clothes? And why didn't they ever find the clothes? And I'm gonna ask Adi that question. Adi, you was there in 1995. You were there. You were there during this whole shit. Was there rumors circulating that he changed his clothes and he dumped them somewhere and his family picked him up? Because I seen you say that one time in the chat. You said that. You said, "Why don't you ask his father where he changed his clothes?" Do you believe he changed his clothes somewhere, and his father or somebody close to him took the clothes? Like, what's your opinion on that? I would like to know. Because by saying that, now you have to believe that Big Ed is involved. Feel me?
Yeah.
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy. Let's feel the energy. J.F.K. in the mix. Come on. Get up.
From the bottom, now I rose. Now this shit is set in stone. I can't leave my craft alone. Now I barely see my home.
Match the energy turbulence in the chat keeps the plane. We are all we got. The pivot is magical. One's up.
From the start, all I had was hustle and
JFK
the
in the
struggle
mix.
is my fuel, but I do not harp. A lot of long nights hitting licks when it's dark. When bills due, me and lazy people depart. Prayer and meditation, gotta keep my mind sharp. Power wild mark, never been no mark. Move smart, big dog bite, but don't bark. Get you painted, I ain't talking about some art. The land of the free, that's a farce, cause everything costs. I upgraded from sleeping on the floor to a couch. From apartment to a townhouse, new ice mouse. Static selective going out, bounce back from a loss. JFK grinding and Barber getting bands. The whole team get paid if we stick to the plans. We suited at the Grammys, but we started.
When you say at the beginning, do you mean at the beginning of the investigation or just the whole murder itself? I just want you to clarify. You don't think he had anything to do with the murder, do you? Like itself, like he knew he was going over there to do something? Patricia Ryder's here. Karen D's here. Danny's here. Michelle Corey's holding it down. Jenny. We're just hanging out. He had a pulse when they got there. Well, Adi, everybody says you were there though, Adi. Everybody's saying you were there. So I mean, like, you do understand that the ambulance left at 10:22, right? The whole story. So he's saying the whole story. Not sure. He's not sure if he had anything to do with it. A pulse after 9 stabs is crazy business. Yeah. He was a fighter. Which makes you think, like, how didn't she just like fuck this dude up?
Well, that's something that I had mentioned the other night. I was reading something. I had it pulled up on my phone that, you know, where she was found is not where this initiated. You know, so I mean, it started on them stairs. It started in that house on them stairs.
What, upstairs?
Yep. Yep. Because on the stairs they have, um, you know, there's blood on the riser of the stair tread. There's blood on the baseboard.
Greek princess, where's your king?
Yeah, I mean,
How
I
many
see
people?
somebody in the
Let's
chat.
do this. Let's do this. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say. Sorry, cuz.
No, I just seen somebody in the chat said, 30. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. Jenny Lyons. She said, so 30 were after she passed. You know, they did have a description of like post, what was it, post mortem wounds, inflicted wounds, and I believe when they write, when they say post mortem there, that's after, she didn't have a pulse.
So, but she had a pulse when they took her out. How they have postmortem? That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's why. That's why to me it's like, they definitely tried working on her in that dining room.
Adi, do you think at 10:22 when that ambulance left, do you think that that's wrong? Do you think somehow that's wrong? It wasn't 10:22? Because if the ambulance left at 10:22, which means is that's when Carol got the phone call after that, which means is you got there around like 11. So you mean to tell me like that was the thick of it? The thick at that point, if you got there say at 11:15, Adi, right? The thick of it's already over with. Like, she's not in the house no more, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody takes a deep breath. You know what I'm trying to say? And you kind of realize who comes after. You would remember like who walked up after, who pulled up after. But during the thick of it, you're gonna remember everybody that was there, you know? Like, yeah, she's on the floor right
The
now. Where's she?
oohs, the
Like,
ahs, like
yeah,
what the fuck, like, man, oh,
you
what
know,
just happened?
like so if you showed up, if she left at 10:22, that means just to give you to give you some grace, Adi, I'm giving you grace. That means you were there by 11:15. If she was gone, the EMTs would have not taken her. If she was gone, the EMTs would have not taken her. Okay. Yeah, and you're right about that, son. You're right. Patricia Ryder coming through. Didn't think that you noticed. Haha. Love you guys. Got you, Patricia Ryder. I notice everything. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in the chat. Thank you so much, Lady Boss. Always holding it down. Lady Boss, thank you so much for always being here. I may have misspoken about the time, but she was definitely gone when I got there in the ambulance. That is. And I believe that. But the thing is, do you agree that the ambulance was on Hamlet Street where your cab was parked? It was on Hamlet Street, right where your cab was parked, right? And what about Adi? What about this thing where one of the family members in the thread said that? Do you remember telling any of the family? I think it was Erin, or it might have been Erin, or it might have been Carrie Ann. You told, but there's a thread. I could pull it up that you told one of them that you ran up on the scene and the cop grabbed you and you and the cop fell down and that's how
Fell
you
down, yeah.
lost your key. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember telling a family member that's how
I
you
mean,
lost your key? Because
was it kind of,
one of the family members said that they said, I'm a family member and I lived in that house and this is what happened.
yeah, I mean, and it's like, I could see, say him running up, saying, where's my family? Where, what's going on? And the cop, just kind of saying, hey, get
Yeah.
back, you can't go
Well,
in.
maybe the cop went in to give him a hug. He didn't know who he was. He thought maybe, he was just, I don't know, the husband. You know what I'm saying? No, I was the only one on him was straight. Everything else was on Boston Street. No, I was the only one on him was straight. Everything else was on. So the ambulance was on the ambulance. Was the ambulance on Hamlet Street or no?
think he's saying he was the only one on the street, Hamlet Street. I don't know if that's what he's trying to say there.
Yeah, but was the ambulance on Hamlet Street when they took her out? Right? Was the ambulance on Hamlet Street? I tried to run for the house, but they didn't let me. I don't recall falling to the ground. So do you remember saying that though? To a family member? Would that family member be wrong if they recall you saying that? And that's how you lost your key? Question. Correct, Kevy. You were the only one car on Hamlet Street.
All right.
The ambulance was on Hamlet Street facing down. Do you know if the was I don't know where it was. It was gone when I got there. Okay. So you do know if it was gone when you got there, right? At that point, it's at least 11:15, 11:20 at night. You do know that, right? You get that part, right?
I mean,
And listen, like Adi, listen, I'm not trying to catch you up, man, because honestly, to believe that you did something like this, you have to believe a bunch of other things, and I can't do that. So I'm letting you know right now. I'm just trying to understand how you got the timeline so fucked up and how everybody else wants to put you there an hour before.
now my other question is that
Again, about the key, I have no clue how I lost it. Yeah, but but here's my thing. I'm sorry, Kev. But here's
Yeah.
my thing. Here's my thing, Adi. Is it fair to say you told a family member that though before? Is it fair to say that you might have told a family member that you fell and that's where you might have lost it? Because that family member's saying that. So I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. You know what I wanted to ask him is that was
Yes.
like
It is
you
fair
know
to say. Sorry, Kev. Sorry.
Yeah.
So it's yes. So let's be clear. Is it yes that you could have told a family member that a cop grabbed you when you fell and you could have lost your key that way? Is that the yes? Let's be clear.
You said it's been 30 years. You can't exactly remember everything.
All right. Fair.
Well, when we talk about it, the
Go
memory's
ahead,
a
Kev.
beautiful thing.
Go ahead, Kev. Pick it up, bro. Sorry, bro, by the way.
I wanted to ask, I don't think I ever asked you before, but was the police scanner fixed in the cab or was it a handheld? I mean, I always wanted to ask you that question.
I had no clue where I lost the key. I never said to anybody I lost it when I fell. So you did fall. So you fell? Is that what you're saying? That you did fall? Is that what he's saying, Kevy?
Yeah, that's what it says right there. I have no clue where I lost the key. I never said to anybody I lost it when I fell.
So you're basically saying you did tell a family member that you fell. The cop grabbed you when you fell, but you never said that's where you lost the key. Maybe they just assumed that's what happened when you fell. They threw
Yeah.
that in there. So you're admitting you fell with the cop. We only had cab to dispatch radios, no police scan and those cabs. And no, I did not have a portable one. There's your answer, bro.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure. Appreciate that. Again, he's not sure. Okay, that's fine. So, Adi, you know you were there at 11:15, 11:20. So the question is, why didn't you just go to the hospital when she told you she was going to Mass General when you went to Peter Pan? When you hung up the phone, she said to you, I'm going to the hospital. Now, to your credit, Adi, you might have not known what happened to Janet, but you knew something happened to Janet. You might not have known what happened to Janet, right, Kev?
Yeah, you may not know exactly, the outcome or the circumstances, but you do know. I mean, she could have had a reaction to peanuts, for Christ's sakes. You know what I'm saying? You don't know.
You don't know, but you knew she was going to the hospital to check on her sister, right, Kev?
Exactly. You said by the end of your phone call with Carol that you knew she was on her way to the hospital.
Bingo. So now, why did you go back to Somerville if she didn't give you context what was going on? What would make you want to
Because
go back to Somerville? Why wouldn't you just take the 8-minute ride, the 6 to 8 minute ride to Mass General?
right from the square, boom, right there.
You're right there. Why wouldn't you just
Now,
go to the hospital?
the other thing too is that, you know, you say Mass General, but there are other hospitals around. I mean, can we all agree that, you know, if you didn't know which hospital, if Carol didn't tell you which hospital she was going to,
She told you to go to Janet's, which means if she told you to go to Janet's, what was she telling you to go to Janet's for? You said you didn't know what happened to Janet. So what would be the reason be going to Janet? If she didn't tell you what happened to Janet, right? What would be the reason to go to Janet's?
if by the end of your conversation with Carol you knew that your wife was headed to the hospital, would you have known? I mean, why would
Yeah,
like
well, he's
JFK?
saying he's answering it. He said, "I knew she was on the way to the hospital, but I didn't know what for." Exactly, you didn't know what for, but you knew she was on the way to the hospital for Janet, but you didn't know what for. Okay, fine. I understand that. So
So
then,
when you
why would you go? So why would she? So why would you go back to Janet's? So if she's telling you to go back to Janet's, so I'm trying to understand. She's telling you on the phone, "I'm going to the hospital because to check on my sister," but you go to Janet's, but she's giving you no context on what to go there for. But yet she knows, obviously, because she's going to the hospital for Janet. That wouldn't really make no sense. So why would you go there all the way back to Somerville? Carol didn't tell me what hospital, and growing up in the area, I know Mass General is the only one I can handle trauma cases like her.
so
Okay. Take a breather.
so
So now you go inside Gina's house. So how long after did you get to when you got to the scene, not for Janet? So you didn't know she was going to the hospital for Janet, you're saying? But you would have to know. She said something happened at Janet's house. I'm going to the hospital. She would know who she's going to the hospital for. You wouldn't just walk in the hospital and say, I'm here for something that happened at 71 Boston Street. You would have to have context of who was going to, she was going to the hospital to visit or going to see, right?
well,
Right? Let's
he
stay there for a
his
second, right?
his comment before that
No,
you have,
he left the
well, you
comment.
have
I
it
didn't.
highlighted right here. You have it
Wait a
highlighted.
minute.
It says
I
Carol
know.
didn't tell me
I
what
know.
hospital.
JFK, my wife asked me to go to the house. I think you and every other husband out there would do the same thing I did. Yes, But you knew she was going to the hospital for Janet, though. She had to tell you she was going to the hospital for Janet. She just wasn't going to the hospital. I'm reading what's in the chat, Kebby. I didn't pull that up because this one's the most important one, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the next thing we talk about. I'm just taking a breather about that one. JFK, my wife, asked me to go to the hospital. I think every husband, yes. But wouldn't you want to know why she was going to want you to go there if the reason why you would be going to Janet's house was for an issue, but the issue now is at the hospital? I don't understand. About 15 minutes after I got there, I went over to Gina's porch. She is the one that told me they just took
Janet.
Janet out, and I asked if I could use the phone, and about 5 minutes later to call the hospital. So within 20 minutes, you called your wife at Mass General on a guess that she was at Mass General. So when she was on the stretcher, did you know what happened to her? She didn't tell me it was Janet. So what was she going to say when she got to the hospital? She didn't tell you it was Janet. And why does it, don't you feel, Adi, that by always saying that she didn't say it was for Janet, what's the big deal if she did say it was for Janet? It's like when everything that comes to Janet, you backtrack off of. But so now you're saying with the 20 minutes, but it takes you about 20 minutes to get there. So she hangs up the phone. Now keep in mind, how did your wife get to the hospital? How did your wife get to the hospital? Because that means your wife got to the hospital really fast. Did she have a car, Adi? You have no clue how your wife got there. You wouldn't have asked that question before she was going to. Did she have a car? I mean, I take it she didn't have a car then, if you're saying no clue. Right? Right, Kevy?
I mean, if her husband drove cab, don't you think she would have called you for a ride?
True. But if she had a car, wouldn't the first thing you say, oh, she jumped in her car and she just went? What's the big deal if you keep telling me I should have gone to the hospital? I mean, I'm just trying to understand so we're off that now. Okay. You didn't go to the hospital. She told you to go to Janet's. Okay, cool. All right, fine. That's cool, Lottie. That's fine. What's the big deal if you keep telling me Keenan? Carrie Ann drove it to the hospital? Where was Carrie Ann living? Carrie Ann drove it to the hospital. What's the big deal if you keep telling me I should have gone to the hospital? He has no clue how she got there, he says. She did not tell me it was for Janet. About 15 minutes after I got there, I went over to Gina's porch. She was the one that told me they just took Janet out, asked if I used the phone about 5 minutes later to call the hospital. Carrie Ann. So Carrie Ann drove Janet to the hospital. How did you know that, though? So
Carrie Ann's so Carrie Ann, in my eyes, is the one that told Carol.
all right, so Carrie Ann drove her to the hospital. So with the 20 minutes, she was living in Malden at the time, right? You guys were living in Malden. If you don't mind me asking, Adi, where were you living in Malden? What part of Malden was you living in? Were you living up by Salem Street? Were you living up by Linden Square? Were you living Maplewood? Was you living by Green Street? The Method line? More on the Everett line? Where were you living? Like how deep in Malden were you?
Hmm.
So that would mean it would take him 20 minutes to get there, right? It would take him 15 minutes to get there, right? She hangs up the phone. It's going to take 15 minutes for him to get there. So that means when she hangs up the phone on a landline, she gets picked up by Carrie Ann immediately because it's going to take Carrie Ann and her to get in the car, and they go right to the hospital, and they park the car. They find parking at Mass General. They leave the garage. They walk in, and they already have that information on deck that they know that she passed on near Maplewood. All right, so you was in Maplewood. You were up there, man. Maplewood to Mass General, and where did Carrie Ann live? Was Carrie Ann staying with you guys? Did Carrie Ann have to drive out to pick her up? What's up, Kev?
Nothing, I mean, I'm curious if she was living with, I mean, I often thought like, Carrie Ann was the oldest daughter. She's probably Janet's firstborn, you know, two sisters, Carol. She's probably, new baby in the household. You know, the bond between, you know, Janet and Carol when she had Carrie Ann was probably phenomenal, you know. And
So Carrie Ann drove her to the hospital. Who watched Carrie Ann's baby? She had a baby, man. She had like a whole little baby. Did she take the baby with her? How old was the baby at the time? One? How old's homeboy? I mean, but all that takes a process, Becky. The baby dad, maybe. Exactly. But this all takes a process. Like, if no one knows what happened, right? In a matter of minutes, all this happened, you know? And the main thing why Adi doesn't like no one talking about this is because Gina said he knew too much information before the information was out. He claims, nah, I can explain it. But the more and more he explains it, the timeline's real tight. And then as soon as you mention, hey, you talked to Janet, which he never said that before. I mean, excuse me, Carol, saying that she was heading to the hospital. That was something new. That's brand new. That's breaking news. That's only like not even a week old, right? Kevy Kev. Now he's saying he knew she went to she never said what hospital she was going to. So not only did she say she was just going to the hospital, she never mentioned what hospital she's going to. She never told him what hospital she was going
so I
to.
mean,
So now your wife is saying I'm going to the hospital and you don't even ask what hospital she's going to. That's pretty wild. If your wife says to you, I'm
and he
going to
kept
the
saying not.
hospital.
He kept saying not for Janet. I didn't know if it was for Janet,
So he
like
doesn't know
meaning.
what hospital. He doesn't know what hospital she's going to, and she don't know why she's going to the hospital. She just knows something. He just knows something happened at Janet's house. So she's going to the hospital for whatever happened at Janet's house, but he doesn't know what hospital.
So
So then he
wouldn't you
says,
think?
but then he said for trauma, he knew to call Mass General.
And my question is like,
And how did he get the Mass General number? Did he call 411?
you would think you would think that Carrie Ann would want to go to her mom's house and check on her brothers or her other sister. You know what I'm saying? Something just
Well, you
happened
think
to
they
Carrie Ann's
you
mother.
think they would have you think they would have told you what hospital
Excuse
you're
me.
going to, just in case you do go back to the house and you grab Ryan and Paul, you know where you're going after.
And
Meet
back
me over
then,
here at Mass General.
the conversations on a phone call back then in 95, you were asking those questions because you didn't have
Right.
that option to just pick it up and like say, hey, I forgot to ask you. You know, like we do
Exactly.
today. You'd have to
Right.
stop at another fucking payphone, fucking, you know?
Or she leaves the house, and she's already gone. Now
And then
you're left
you're
guessing.
fucked.
The question
I mean
is,
that
why'd you
that
fly by? Why? So you guessed that she was at Mass General.
huh,
Like, what exactly did you say to this like to the emergency room? Like, hi, my name's Adi Ortiz. A woman just got stabbed on 71 Boston Street in Somerville. I'm the brother-in-law. I'm looking for my wife Carol. Is she there? And they said, hold
really?
on, let me check. They did all that. They just and then Carol got on the phone. Who got on the phone? Was it the doctors who told you that she passed on, or it was Carol? He said got on the phone, right?
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. You're talking about 20 minutes. So keep in mind, Gina said the ambulance just left, right? So now this is you got to understand. If the ambulance just left, the ambulance is going to take 15 minutes from where they're at to get to Mass General. Then they got to bring her in the OR. Then they got to work on her. Right?
Yeah.
So that's gotta happen, right? And then Kerry Ann's got to pick up Carol, and then they got to drive to Mass General from Maplewood, and then it takes you 15 minutes after that phone call to get there. So how did that all happen? That's a tight timeline. Considering you said before you got there around 9:45 and 10. And here's another thing. Like you said, Adi, if that's the case, the ambulance was already gone. The ambulance left at 10:23. So the question is, how'd you make it all the way up Hamlet Street if it was a crime scene? They let you drive all the way up Hamlet Street. So if that's the case, then everybody would have seen you driving up Hamlet Street, right? They would have seen you pulling up Hamlet Street. Like if you would have came after, like I said, that would have been after she left. That would have been around 11:15. That would have been after everybody took a breath, and then headlights would have been coming up the street. They would have seen you get out the cab, right? And then the question is, you talking about them putting the yellow tape up and all that.
There would have been blood on your tires.
There would have been blood on your tires.
All
And like,
four of your tires.
like they didn't block off that whole house. And you mentioned something about the yellow tape. He said when he pulled up, he seen the yellow tape, right?
Yeah, from growing up in the city, that he knew when you seen the yellow tape, you knew what it meant. You knew
But
what
what
it
did you
meant.
say? You said the yellow tape wasn't up yet, right?
Well, whether or not I don't know whether it come off like that, but you know, we know that the crime scene investigating unit from the Massachusetts State Police didn't arrive till later on that night.
No,
So
we're not.
local PD could have.
See, Adi, no, we're not twisting it up, bro. We're not twisting it up. That just doesn't make so I'm trying to ask you, how am I listen, Adi, honestly, bro, I'm sick of these people doing this to you, man. I'm sick of people saying that you did this shit. I think that this dude Eddie could be manipulating everybody, and he's got everybody believing it. But for order for me to make that claim and to step out there and put my name out there and say, hey, I checked all the boxes with this dude Adi. This dude Adi didn't do it. You can't keep doing what you're doing right now. You guys are twisting my words. Have a great friggin' night. Well, you ain't doing me no justice. I done flipped. You see what I've been talking about, Eddie? I've been calling bullshit on him all week. But now I'm saying to you, why? How did Carrie Ann get Carol? Explain that. Was she living with him? Let's go back. Let's calm it down. Let's go step by step. Did Carrie Ann and Carol live with each other? Go ahead, talk to me, Kevy Kev. Let's keep conversating.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about it, I've brought this up to you before. I said to you, I think one morning I texted you, who told Carol? Who told Carol to initiate her to call Adi? Adi had said previous, Carrie Ann.
Yeah.
So did Carrie Ann go to Aunt Carol's house and say something happened at my mother's house? Or so now we're thinking someone called Carrie Ann, and now Carrie Ann wouldn't go to her mother's house. She's going to go to Aunt Carol's house.
Mm. That's why you Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App.
I mean, and Adi, I get it. I get it. You must get a headache sometimes.
Yeah. And he
But
has a right to. 30 years of
you
these people
do.
screaming and yelling. I mean, I don't want to be that guy. I get it. He feels like he's being attacked. But he also got to see that I've been getting his back, though. Have I not been getting his back behind the scenes? How much have
Yeah.
I been getting his back?
Yeah. 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 I mean,
I don't like being
plenty of
manipulated.
times that JFK has told me, Kev, like, really? So you're telling me that this whole fucking family got something to do with this?
Exactly.
This whole fucking family
Right. That shit don't make no fucking sense, bro.
just want to do a race Janet?
Yeah, for what?
For what?
And then you seen the funeral, how beautiful that shit was. That shit don't make no sense. And I feel bad because I don't want to be out there on the streets, you know what I mean? Like at a bar one night and someone says, "Hey, you JFK?" And I go, "Yeah." And they go, "Hey, Janet was my cousin and you're a piece of shit. That dude did that to my cousin." And you keep fucking saying he didn't. He did. I don't want to be that guy. I want to be the guy who debunked this shit. To be like, "Listen, man, you guys wanted someone to speak on it. You wanted someone to talk about it, so we did." And there is, whether either you like it or not, there is a way that he should have a new trial. There is a way. I see the way. I see that position, and by law, but by morally, if he did this shit, no, he should be where he's at. But by law, he has a way out. And he got parole. He's going to see parole every 5 years for the rest of his life. And they're going to keep doing that until the family keeps fading. So, like, you know what I mean? The parole hearing comes up and there's not 30 people there. There's only 5. There's only 2. And he's 70. But he'll still get a shot. He'll end up getting out. Even if he doesn't beat this case, he'll end up getting out. If he did it. But Adi, you got a lot of questions, man. I mean, you know what I mean? You didn't get, we have a lot of questions and you don't need to do anything. But I don't understand where you don't see where we're not trying to help you. Because the more and more you don't speak, the more and more it looks like you were there at that time and that you're a third party culprit and you're going to remain that third party culprit and everybody's going to name Adi because they're going to think, hey, this 15-year-old teddy bear, it's the narrative, right? Did the brother-in-law think about the narrative? The narrative is the brother-in-law is scary. He did all these things, investigate. She kicked him out the house. He had the motive. That's the narrative, right? The 15-year-old kid blaming on the kid, right? And here you are, got the chance to make it all right. And what do? You twisted my words. Have a great friggin' night. Come on, Adi. God bless you, though, man. I understand. I do. I'm not gonna, you know. But still, answer. I'm done. You need to talk to the DA for answers. Late. You will hear from what? I'm done. You need to talk to the DA for answers. Yeah, but I don't think the DA has them answers, cuz. Did you ever get it? Did you ever write a statement and show the dispatch that a statement from your dispatcher saying that she called? What did he say? The DA, then he put me. What? Answers you will hear from me. Yeah, but the DA don't know this. The DA didn't know you went in the house 4 or 5 hours after, right, Adi? You never told Riley that you went in the house to get a kitty litter box, did you? Right, Adi? Do you think if Riley knew you went in the house to get a kitty litter box, you think that he would be you think he'd be happy about that? You not disclosing that information to him? And do you not think that if they knew you went in the house to get a kitty litter box, because he would have to give that evidence over to the defense, because that's how it works. So let's just say he did play ball and he gave that over. You don't think they would have used that in court against you? He went in the house to get a kitty litter box. But at that time, what would you would have said, Adi? Would you say you went in 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kittens? Or would you have switched it up and said, no, you went in to get the dog food? And then you would have said, no, I just went in to get the kitty litter box. And then it was in the kitchen, remember? Which means you had to walk through the dining room to get it, which means that you had to walk right through where Janet Downham was found. Adi, you forgot about that part? Did you forget about that? Because the DA doesn't know about that, does he? You never said that part, right? You forgot to tell him that. Keep quiet, Adi.
This is it. This is it. This is life, the one you get. So go and have a ball. This is it. This is it. This is life, the one you get. So go and have a ball. This is it. This is it. This is life, the one you get. So go and have a ball. This is it. This is it. This is life, the one you get. So go and have a ball.
So based on people jumping in the chat saying keep quiet, Adi, these are the reasons why Eddie has a great case of getting out of prison. And if the other side is listening, and when I say the other side, I'm just saying family members, We learned tonight from Adi, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we learned things on this show. We learned that he knows about horny dolphins.
Would you know it?
Then he didn't even. Janet told him she was going to the hospital. She just didn't tell him what hospital she was going to.
Carol. Yep.
Carol. Yeah. Thank you. That's wild. That's wild. Then Carrie Ann took her to the hospital. That's even more wild.
Yeah.
And that's the timeline. So so when you ask Carol, that's what I'm saying. So now we know for a fact that Carrie Ann took Carol. So when we talk to Carol and we talk to Carrie Ann and we say, okay, on that night, what time do you think you went to the hospital? If she turns around and says, well, I had to drive from Beverly to go get her, and you know what I mean? Like, say she lived in Lynn and she had to go to Malden. So you're talking 20 minutes. You know what I mean? And then to mash. So now the clock runs up. He's saying with the 20 minutes, he made the call and got the notification that she passed on, because that's the biggest thing. Gene is saying that he was on scene saying that she passed. And he's got to make that clear that he knew that information because he heard it from Carol. But if it comes out later that they didn't get to the hospital till later and he had that information, how did you have that information? And then you said you guessed on what hospital for the trauma. For the trauma. And then it's like, you mean to tell me you're talking to your wife? She's leaving the house at so 10:22. She calls you. The time you call her has got to be at least 10:35, right? At least 10:35 on a Sunday in July. You're out there in your cab, and she's telling you she's getting picked up by Carrie Ann to go to the hospital. She didn't even tell you who she was getting picked up by, because you would have said that, right? Well, no, you did know. Well, you must have knew after. But you didn't even offer her, like, how you gonna get to the hospital? I'm going to, like, you know what I mean? She ain't got a car. So I'm just going to what are you going to the hospital for? Because something happened at Janet's. Well, what happened then? Why are you going to the hospital? You wouldn't come on, man. Come on. And here's the thing, Adi, you're a cab driver. That's what you do, is ask questions. If someone jumps in the cab and says, take me to Franklin Street by the liquor store, you're going to say, which liquor store? There's two on the corner. There's one on this side. There's one on that side. On the left or the right. Drive me to the hospital. Take me to Whitten. All right. Are we going to the emergency, or do you have a regular doctor's appointment? That's what you do, is ask questions. You do it every day. You need answers because you're driving a cab. You're not going to just pull up to the hospital and have them going, I think it's over there. I think it's over there. No, you want to know before you get there. You want to know before you get there because you're a cab driver. Where am I going? What am I going there for? So I just can't, I don't know if I can believe that you said, oh, you're going to the hospital? You just want me to go to Janet's? All right, I'm just going to go there, not knowing why I'm going there. And then not even asking what hospital you're going to or why you're going to the hospital. That shit don't make no sense. Tell me where that makes sense, Kevy Kev. Go ahead, man. Please help me.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, it sounds like, you know, I mean, it just, the way he explains it to us, he knew that Carol was going to the hospital. And I just, you know, and when you think about, you know, if Adi was to go there for the boys, he was across the street. You know, he wasn't with the boys. I mean, he wasn't with, I mean, why wasn't him, the uncle, sitting in the cruiser with him? You know, why wasn't, you know, him and Ryan were together? Why weren't they together? Why wasn't, you know,
But you made a perfect point. If Carrie Ann got the call from her family that something happened over there on 71 Boston Street, why would she call Carol right away and then go pick up Carol to go to the hospital? Why wouldn't she just go there?
Yeah.
Why is she gonna go pick up Carol and all that? Like, obviously, you know why? If this did happen, the way it happened on later on, it didn't happen in the thick of it. Because in the thick of it, like you said, someone's just gonna go.
Yeah.
Depending on where she is. Was she in Beverly? Was she in Lynn? Was she somewhere too far? So she did kind of fall back a little bit. But if she was close, she would have just went, I assume.
But if she was in Beverly, who called her to tell her something happened?
Exactly. And who called her? And did they let anybody use the phone there? Who called her? And this is what I'm saying. See, Adi, all these people, it's not making sense because you're not denying the fact that you told somebody that you fell. And then you're saying, I don't know how I lost the key. I mean, that sounds pretty fucking crazy. You don't have any idea 30 years later how you lost that key? You don't have any idea 30 years later how you lost the key from jumping out of a cab. So let me get this straight. You drive up Hamlet Street, stop at a stop sign, get out the cab, and just walk over right around the front of your cab, right to the bushes, and you lost your key and no one ever recovered it and it just vanished and you have no idea how you possibly lost it. And all you did was shut off your car, pull the fucking key out, close the door. And it's not like it's a fob that you put in your pocket. It's car keys, man. They stick and they bump in your leg when they fall, they hit the ground. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then another thing is, why didn't you just leave the fucking key in the ignition? If all that's going on, right, and people are outside and you see what's going on and you see ambulances, why wouldn't you just leave the key in the ignition and get out the car? And then you lock the car up, and
why
you
wouldn't you
lock
have
the
left the
car up.
car running with the AC on?
Yeah, and then was the windows down. So you locked the car, you made sure you locked the car, and there's no fob on it. So which means is you got out the car and you locked it, or you hit the power locks and you locked the car up to get out and walk over, and you don't remember how you lost your key. Now, it makes sense if a cop grabs you and you fell down and you lost the key. And you're not denying that you could have fell down. You said, I could have fell down. I mean, I might have said I fell down. I mean, this is all new. You see, these are the things that when learning, Adi, these are the things that you said to people.
Never got the key back, right?
Never got the key back. It just
And
fucking vanished in
you
thin
would
air.
think after the Massachusetts State Police showed up,
they would find everything. They would have
they
found
would find everything.
They would have found a quarter that you dropped going to the penny candy shop back then.
Exactly.
And then why, when you went in the house, the very first thing you did, Adi, right? And see, Adi, this is where your whole shit's fucked up because you're admitting you just went in the house and made a call on a gamble to Mass General because of the trauma. So when did you talk to the cab company to let them know that you, while you were working, lost the key? How did you talk to your work? Because you're technically on the clock.
Your radio in your car must have been like 42. 42, you out there? 42, come
42.
back.
It's like the flight to Malaysia. So the flight to Malaysia is flying. The pilot goes, they switched over. So when you go to, like, they're flying to like 2 different countries. So when he gets to like a certain part, it's a different what do you call it? Control tower, right?
Frequency, yeah.
Well, it's a different control tower, right? Traffic control. So he goes on to the new traffic control and he tells the old traffic control, good night, right? And he switches on to the new one. And that was the last time they heard of him.
Yeah.
He vanished off the radar. They just vanished. And they went in the water and they searched for him and they never found this flight. To the 2014, that shit went down. They never found that flight to this day. I mean, they got a whole team out there looking for it. So what I'm saying is like, yeah, MH370, scary, man. Rest in peace to everybody on that flight.
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully they find the flight, man. Like they stole the flight and everybody landed and the people are in a house somewhere. I don't know. I'd rather hear that. They were kidnapped for fucking 10 years. But the point is, you know, how did your cab? Like, what does your cab do? They're relying on you. Your cab is in service. Number 42. You said it with your own mouth. That cab was a new cab. You had the good cab. So that cab was the cab that was doing the calls. That was the cab that was picking people up. They just said, oh, Adi, you didn't clock out. When did you call the cab company to let them know? When? When did you do that? You said you only make one phone call. You never said I made 2 phone calls. I called this person, then I called the cab company. And if that's the case, then how did you get to work, Adi? I keep saying that. How'd you get to work? So you know they're at the hospital. You called they're at the hospital, but you're still hanging around Janet's for this cab. What is the big deal of just walking down the street? You're only 10 minutes away, walking down the street. How'd you get to work that day? Did you take your car? Because if you took your car, how's your wife going to get home from the hospital? Right? You're just going to leave her at the hospital, make her find a way. She just found out her sister died. You're not going to go there to check on her. You're not going to go. You're a cab driver. You have access to you were protecting that cab, point blank, period. Because you knew if the cab company got there, they can give access to the cops for that cab without you signing off on it. I mean, if the dispatcher shows up and he's seniority over you, he could say, yeah, check the cab. And you say, no, don't check it. Nah, how do you check the cab? They could take the cab from you. They don't need you to take the cab. So the point is, why wouldn't you just call them, say, listen, I got locked out the cab, right? I got to go. This is my situation. Why wouldn't you walk back down to the spot or get a ride or call another cab and get down there and grab in your personal vehicle and just have them go get the cab when they could? You say the cab wasn't blocked in. What's the big deal? What was so long? What did you wait for so long for the cab to get towed? Why did you have to wait so long for the cab to get towed? You say you were never blocked in. So what's the big deal? If the tow truck just drives up Hamlet Street, what is the big deal for towing the fucking tow truck? Towing the cab.
I guarantee you when they realized that there was a blood trail behind that cab, they didn't let a tow truck back down that street. You know, and my other
And he said he
question
never
is,
told the cops about the blood trail either, remember?
I wish there was pictures of that blood trail.
Is there?
You know, I said I wish that we had pictures of that.
But is there?
I don't know. I don't know, because that would tell me a lot, because I mean, if I seen pictures of a blood trail going from curbside to curbside, I know that somebody crossed that street. But if I seen a blood trail going 10 feet across the street, I would think that they got into another car that was parked across the street. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody got in a car and left. You know what I'm saying? That blood trail, the length of that blood trail could tell you a lot. You know, you got to think a car's maybe 4 or 5 feet wide. If the blood trail stopped, 5 feet before the curb across the street, I would think that they got in something and drove away. But if the blood trail went from curbside to curbside, I would know that somebody ran across the street. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. That's a huge clue, man. They didn't know what was going on at that point. They wouldn't, like you said, they
No.
wouldn't have just been
They
like,
wouldn't let
"Oh, it's
nobody
just
drive.
blood."
If they put it this way, the tape, that yellow crime tape, would have been around that blood trail.
So let's look at Gina for a second when she explains the story, right? When she explains the story. This is her in front of the house, right? Look at the way she explains the story, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Regina. She's going to walk us through a little bit of what she remembers that night.
It was right here that Artie started to.
The fence wasn't there, right? Let's go.
This is Regina. She's going to walk us through a little bit of what she remembers that night.
It was right here that Artie started to run across the Pat and his pocket started to run across the grass, and the cop stopped him and told him he couldn't do it. There was no tape yet. They hadn't put any tape up
There was no tape yet. He said there was tape.
yet. The ambulance had just left.
The ambulance had just left.
Now,
And the
so
ambulance is right where
there was no tape up, and Artie's there looking for his key.
Now, look, see that? How crazy is this, though? How God works. You see them spots that are next to his truck?
Yeah.
That's what it would look like, the blood. That's exactly how far it would be. Right? Wouldn't it be if it was in the front and if it was in the back, right? If he was parked that way, if Adi was parked that way, that's 30 feet from the back of his car. Right? That's where it would be. The blood.
No, he wasn't parked that way. His headlights.
No,
up.
That's what he's saying, but she's not saying that. He's saying he was parked the wrong way. I mean, everything you heard about this guy flipping the script, telling stories. He's this way when he's that way. He's here at this time when he's not. You got to assume that Gene is not lying. He was parked the way Brill's truck's parked. You have to assume that. Because Adi, we're giving you chances to say, okay, they got it wrong on some things, but you look at how you did. You just took off running. And let me tell you something. If Eddie could talk to me every day, you know, he has a Rule 30. He's going through legalities. I can't talk to him like that. But if I could, yes, I would. I was standing right behind when she did this. Yes, JFK, yes. Like, look at that.
Ambulance was parked there facing
the ambulance
down. This is Boston Street.
He kept saying, but I got to go look for my keys. And the cop said, if you find your keys, we'll give them to you. And that was the end of that. He did try again over there later on.
And this is Regina's house right here.
Why would
right across the street?
That was when they...
So that's the thing. Like, why are you running up to the cop saying you lost the key in the front yard? Why would you have lost the key in the front yard if you just pulled up on the scene? You would have not lost the key in the front yard because you were never in the front yard. Tell me where the fuck that makes sense.
Exactly. JFK. God damn. What? You got...
I mean, I'm just trying to understand this, man. I mean, she's right here. She's an older woman now. Look at how she's explaining it. I mean, you mean to tell me this lady's still coming out here with this passion lying? She's lying.
And the cop stopped him and told him he couldn't do it.
Okay, but you got out. The sidewalk's right there, Adi. The fucking cab's right there. If you dropped your key, you didn't drop it there.
Yeah, wouldn't it be like right there at the curb?
It would be right there on the curb. Why'd you go on the grass? It makes no sense, cuz.
There was no tape yet.
There was no tape yet.
They hadn't put any tape up yet. The ambulance had just left.
Yeah.
Ambulance just left.
Ambulance was parked there facing down. This is Boston Street.
He kept saying, but I got to go look for my keys. And the cop said, if you find your keys, we'll give them to you. And that was the end of that. He did try again over there later on.
And this is Regina's house right here.
And
look at Regina's house, bro. Look where Regina lived, where they were sitting, where it was all going down. The ambulance, the whole shit. You mean to tell me this woman's in the thick of this right now? She's reliving it. She's in the thick of it. This is right when it goes down. They just took Janet out. They took Janet out right in front of her. Like, picture it. Picture the scene. They wheeled her right out. You know what I'm saying? Right in front of her. They're watching her pump her chest. You know what I mean? Getting in the ambulance, the doors closing. Boom, boom. You know what I mean? The lights. You're going to remember who's right next to you, bro. You're not gonna have a
I
false
it, yeah,
memory of that. You're gonna remember that, bro. That's a crazy scene, bro.
and Adi went right across the street from this scene,
Exactly. He went right
used
over
their
there, like,
phone.
yep, he went right there and utilized that situation. He manipulated her, bro.
He put himself on watchdog mode and just, he kind of was sussing the whole situation.
Goddamn, J.F.K.
God damn. You're peeling it
Uh,
all back, man. Peeling it all back.
What's Michelle saying? People are saying, Michelle, you sure? He stopped by the cop that he could not he was stopped by the cop that he could not retrieve his key. Yeah, we know that. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. Sorry, Michelle. Don't mind me. I know Gina said the front yard, and they would report that it was the backyard where the key was lost. Yeah, there was a report of that. I did see that. But who do you believe? She's right there saying that it makes sense what she's saying. Like he so all that shit's happening, they're wailing her out, and she's peeping it because they're all sitting at, like,
Yeah.
everybody was probably right where she was sitting.
The whole neighborhood. Yep. The
Was
whole
right there.
neighborhood.
I would like to ask Gina who else was there with her right there. Because that's like, they probably had the rest of the house blocked off and they were just sitting on that street.
That was a front row seat.
Exactly. And then she was walking right across the street,
And
right back and
I'm
forth.
sure the neighbors, they kind of, Gina, what happened? What happened?
Yeah, the cop said he found the key and was still alive. Adi would have a big fucking problem. Yeah, he would have a big fucking problem. You're right about that. The cop said he found the key and gave it to him. I remember pulling the report up. I have it somewhere. I got to find it.
And he's
I
saying he
remember.
never got the key back.
Yeah, he's saying he never got the fucking key back. I mean, what happened to this key, man? It's like, he didn't want even. So is it possible he found the key and then he didn't want to leave because at that point he blew his spot up? Like maybe the cops were looking at him funny. Maybe he thought they were watching him and he didn't want to leave. He was too scared at that point. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, it would make sense if Adi didn't make a phone call at Peter Pan Station and his only phone call he made to Carol was from Gina's phone.
Here we go. I think this is the one I found. Ortiz arrival and initial response, 8:30 p.m. See, this is wrong. Remember, we seen this. I remember this now. This was wrong. The time was wrong. Arriving rapidly, brother-in-law Audi Ortiz, 30s, husband of victim sister Gina Mahoney at scene, hysterically attempting to breach near rear door despite perimeter tape, restrained verbally. Ortiz stated he dropped my keys en route for Mahoney's residence, 2 blocks away. It wasn't 2 blocks away though. While
No.
Russia insists no visible injuries, blood on Ortiz, emotional but coherent, directed to the street, noted quick time, backyard search and key recovery, 8:35 to 8:45 p.m. Well, we do know that that's wrong. That time is wrong because they didn't get there until 9:45. So that's wrong. Ortiz persistent keys advised against search to preserve integrity, permitted supervised retrieval in rear yard bushes. Ortiz located keys, single cab, taxi key, initial verbal full set, shrubbery, 10 feet from deck stairs, amid disturbed foliage, broken branches, footprints noted, vultured as property, hashtag FD1. So this shit was like in the report. Like that's like a number for like to be
Yeah.
bad. No blood DNA observed. Requested bush area consistent. Prior reports of disturbance. Ortiz calmed. Post recovery brief interview. No suspicion. Motive at the time. Clean hands and clothing. What do you got to say about that? What do you got to say about that? That's what I'm looking
They
for. Norman.
recovered the key in the backyard. What?
Yeah, they
I mean,
recovered the key, and I remember bringing that up. We had a big, and then the dude dies, and now he can say, "I never got the key."
Huh.
Like the dude's dead. Adi Mitzkov found the key, basically conceding to the fact he would have had to be there before the cops. Exactly. But the fact that they covered that up, man. What is that? Can we find out that hashtag FD1? Isn't that a note? What does that FD1 mean? What does that mean? Thank you, Norman, by the way. Yeah, so people that are new to the JFK show and to the Kevy Kev fuckery donut shop, we just hanging out. We're on the porch, drinking coffee. Me and Kevy Kev, we vibe good together. Feels like old times, Kev.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Kev, we brought this up before. Your man JFK had it in the files.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it before because I got so many things that look similar to this. And I just hit the button and there it was. So luckily I guessed on this one. And there it is. Because I remember we went through this. There's a lot of stuff we got to get back on top of. But yeah, we were on this before, and I think we got a reaction.
It says right there, it says permitted supervised retrieval in rear yard bushes.
But the problem is, look at the time. That was the big problem before. 8:30, 8:35, 8:45 p.m. The question is he talking about the night of or the night after? No, that's the same night because he's saying hysterical. So he said 20, 30 hours. Is that the same at 8:30? So what's 20, 30 hours? Is that 8? So 1, 2. So after 12, it goes what? So 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, that's 8, 8:30. Yeah. Why is he saying 8:30 for? I mean, I get it. I mean, the key shit is mad. Whatever this is right here is mad confusing. But the time is what kills me about this, is the time. Because it wasn't 8:35 and 8:45. The cops didn't get there until 9:55, not 10 o'clock.
And just the description they give: disturbed foliage, broken branches, footprints noted, flagged. The ZSU photos log. Vultured as found property item number FD1.
If you subtract 4 from the original number to find the 20-hour difference, I don't get it. It's 10:30, 10:45. That's what I would assume it is. So why do you think you think it's just a misprint, Norman? That's an AI search. Could be wrong. I haven't seen Avril all night. Is that the first time Avril popped in on this chat? Damn, Avril, where the fuck you been? Maybe I missed you. And Free Kelsey, I haven't seen Free Kelsey either. You girls are just popping out of nowhere. Where were you girls at, man, at 2:55? Let me find out. You two girls been
God damn
talking on the phone, talking shit about us. What the fuck is going on?
Fuck.
Hold on a minute. Let me hit these girls with something, man. What's going on with these crazy girls, man? Have you guys been
on the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice,
laid back
with my mind on my money and my money on my mind,
rolling down the street, smoke down the street, smoke. I don't know if I can face it again. I can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life.
Down from day one. Welcome to death row.
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets.
We're working too, yeah. I mean, my man had to run across 3 lanes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do thank you very much for your attention, and now we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the takeoff. The captain has made tower communications available, so if you'd like to monitor the air traffic system, you'll find that on channel 9 and your headsets in the seat pocket in front of you. We'll give you a little more information about our service plan for our flight this evening as soon as we're in the air. Thank you, and again, welcome aboard.
J.F.K, y'all. Static. Let's go.
Killer, you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chillin', boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. Killer, you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chillin', boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. Had a chick, she lived on the hill, that was Bayview. Peace to the real ones who always stay true. It was juvenile detention before they age you. Growing up in the system, we all paid dues. We were hellbound, like Jeff 2 times. UNLV, Chelsea on the blue line. Hustle at the airport, doing shoe shines. Live to die, we were all doing crime. Up late, just trying to make our flight. Sitting back, watching days turn to night. Grays on our face now, how they turning white. You know moms did her best trying to raise us right. Archetype on the mix, feeling the vibes. If you can't see the shine, it's like your eyes are blind. With all due respect, it's like they living a lie. This is a wellness check, hip hop's alive. It go killer, you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chillin', boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. Killer.
Who's matching my man Johnny Trot? Johnny Trot 420. What up, my brother? Good morning, long gamers. That's me and Johnny Trot in that picture. I love it. He said, disclaimer, match me, and he put the planes up. Go ahead and match Johnny Trot right now. Let's match that.
Killer, you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chilling, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. It was Lafayette, 5 leads in the basement. All I see now is dreams in the matrix. Why they so vile, seems they feed for hatred. Fake profile, they hide behind faceless. No fake love, just trust and respect. No subs, what you see is what you get. Won't pass you the plug, but pass you a tech. Watching you crash out, it's not a flex. Scribing this pain, we fully locked in. See their whites in their eyes, like Hobson. From Bunker Hill all the way to Brockton. This is how we chill, come on, Boston. Archetype on the mix, feeling the vibes. If you can't see the shine, it's like your eyes are blind. With all due respect, it's like they living a lie. This is a wellness check, hip hop's alive. It go killer, you ain't killing, boy. Couple stacks on the gram, you ain't chilling, boy. Feds watching, you know they got your picture, boy. You crashing out, you dummy, you need to kill the noise. Killer, you ain't killing, boy.
That's what's up. 3 a.m. energy check. Let's go. You're right about that. They did make sure of that. When it all went down. When it all went down. Young 15-year-old Eddie O'Brien. The Eddie O'Brien story. Did he do it? Did he do it? Janet Downing. Why does Adi get so defensive? It's Mother's Day weekend. Janet don't get to celebrate Mother's Day. Sad. You muted up, brother.
It's getting chilly.
Indeed. Things don't add up, right, Kev?
No. I mean, it's it's years of these stories, but I mean, they're about to turn another page, man. I mean, Adi could clean some of this shit up and then clarify a lot of it, I think it'd be I mean, hey, like you say too, man. Out of everybody, the other side, Adi's the only one that's ever spoken out, spoke up.
I feel like Adi wants to talk, man. He was talking about dolphins, I feel like he likes to chat. I feel like he wants to, and I want that for him. You know what I mean? I want him to be able to come into, if he didn't do this, I want Adi to be able to come here with, you know, with his head high, knowing that he got a raw deal and that people lied on his name because we're all about the truth.
Yeah.
But I mean, it doesn't make sense, the things that he's saying. And I don't want to keep going over it if there's an explanation to it. Meaning, even if he's lying about all these people, that still does not mean he had anything to do with Janet's death. Meaning that he killed Janet. It just doesn't. And I know you'll say, well, what do you mean, JFK? Of course it does. Technically, yes. Circumstantial evidence. Yeah, I could kind of agree with that somewhat. Like his timeline's all fucked up. He definitely is a suspect, but you can't prove that he did anything. But is there an explanation for it? And the fact that he won't give us the truth to clear his name, one can only assume that's the reason he was involved in something. And that's pretty wild to think. You know what I'm saying, cuz?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm right there with you, man. It makes me believe that if Adi didn't do this, Adi was definitely there.
Yeah, he had to
Just
be.
some of the shit just don't add up, Just don't add up.
It don't add up, cuz.
How we doing out there, people? What up, Greek Princess? We see you out there making changes. What up?
So let's
Dan B.
Michelle sent this to me earlier.
Becky G.
The Massachusetts House has overwhelmingly approved a controversial bill giving juvenile offenders convicted of murder and sentenced to life the possibility of parole. New at 6, Janet Wu talked with the son of a woman killed in a heinous murder few can forget.
Ryan Downing says he understands, but he doesn't like it.
You take somebody's life like that, and I just feel like, you know, there's no going back. You should not be able to walk the streets again.
Eddie O'Brien was 15 years old when he killed his neighbor Janet Downing, Ryan's mother. It was a vicious murder in 1995. O'Brien was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, but the U.S. and Massachusetts Supreme Courts recently ruled no possibility of parole was cruel and unusual punishment when it comes to 14 to 18-year-olds. Under that pressure, the Massachusetts House approved a bill today giving those guilty of unintended felony murder parole eligibility after serving 20 to 25 years.
That would be a driver of a getaway car in an armed robbery.
For those like Eddie O'Brien or Richard Baldwin, who killed Beth Brody when he was 16 years old with a baseball bat, their eligibility for parole would be pushed to 25 to 30 years.
Where there is an intent to commit a murder, whether it be extreme atrocity and cruelty or whether it be deliberate premeditation and malice aforethought.
Downing said he understands Beacon Hill's legal dilemma. Short of a constitutional amendment, he said their only recourse will now be with the parole board.
One day we're going to have to step foot in a parole board room with him there, and we're going to have to fight to keep him in prison again.
You could possibly sign this bill.
What I'm going to do until I get a bill. We're working with the legislature to get a good compromise.
If Governor Patrick signs the bill, neither O'Brien nor Baldwin would.
Oh, they signed the bill.
Yeah.
But you seen Homeboy.
Now look, they had the front door. Either that was the front door or the basement door.
Yeah, I got that. Why is he smiling right here? I got that. They took the door off. I have that.
No, I'm gonna blow that up. Hold on for a minute. I just want to look at that.
I could blow that up.
Yeah, that's the front door.
That's the front door.
That's the front door.
It's the front door, cuz.
And that's inside. Those prints were inside the house because the door opened in. The doorknob's got a lock on it. I could see the manual lock on the doorknob. So that's the interior part of the door.
What do you guys think he's laughing at? Very possible. Why is the inside so dirty? Inside does look dirty, right? That's a smile. Is it? He's smirking, right? It's like a smirk.
Yeah.
Look at the size of this fucking dude. I never seen this picture of Janet. She looked different here. Right?
Let me blow that up. Hold on.
On a positive, unrelated note, Kelsey's visitation with her baby officially starts tomorrow, and she also gets him on Mother's Day. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yep.
Free Kelsey.
That's good news.
Good for
Shout
her.
out to Free Kelsey. That's right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the update.
For sure. Free Kelsey is in the building. You smirk, but Ollie, his eyes seems to be smiling, even though you can't see. It's probably from the fingerprint dust.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Lady Boston.
What's that?
Is it Lady Boss or Bossed? Boston.
Look at the size of this fucking dude. What a crazy case this is. There he is. So you would have to think that this dude, all these years,
but he doesn't like it.
You take somebody's life like that, and I just feel like, you know, there's no going back. You should not be able to walk the streets again.
Eddie O'Brien.
no, I'm not saying that it means he's guilty. I didn't say that. I just said I wonder what he's smiling at. Did they crack a joke? I don't know. I mean, I seen him crack jokes in court. I mean, you're human beings. Things happen. Just a question.
Yep.
Wild, man. Case is crazy, man. It's he's such a big dude. I mean, they had everything lined up for him. You know?
Yeah.
His size, man. Goddamn size, dude. See something. I know I got some.
I mean, when you think about, you know, I'm just gonna say this, man, because you know, you think about
106 different blood samples, painting a vivid picture of an horrific struggle. Janet Downing's blouse.
In the front portion of the blouse, you see cuts on the top, going to the left side and down the bottom.
That blouse looks so weird, doesn't it? Looks like paper.
Yeah.
Mr. Foreman, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty to what, sir?
Guilty to first degree.
Go ahead, sir. Read it.
Extreme atrocity and cruelty.
The foreperson struggled with the words. 2 years, 2 months later, it was over. From Eddie O'Brien, nothing. From his family, an explosion.
You're a liar, son of a... Liar!
Their anger directed at the prosecutor, Tom Riley.
I'll tell you something. That Mr. Riley is no good lying son of a gun.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, this has been a frame-up from day one. Our son did not do this crime, and that Mr. Riley, his political career was on the line, and that's all he cared about. And I don't know how that man sleeps at night.
No, wouldn't have helped if we put him on the stand. This jury was ready to convict. Who knows when, but the fact is, if they convicted him on this evidence, on the basis of what we argued to him, the forensics were probably, most likely, what did us in.
But it's not over. We get the appeal, and I'm telling you right now, I will die before my son spends any more time in jail than he has to.
Who was the other dude crying in the back? There's another dude crying over his shoulder.
I'm
Look.
telling you right now, I will die before my
See his face?
son spends any more time in jail than he has to after this.
That's just wild, son. That shit is wild. Thank you, Johnny Trot. I got you, brother. I got you.
You didn't hurt Janet Downing?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
He never accounts for the.
You didn't.
It sounds like it's Riley who's asking him them questions, bro.
You didn't hurt Janet Downing?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
He never accounts for
Right?
the fact that his blood is
Yeah,
in
it
that
does.
house. He never explains that away in the tape, and he would not have been able to explain that away at trial. And all of this is that Ed O'Brien has been convicted of killing Janet Downing. That's never going to change.
That's a bold ass statement right there.
That is. That is.
He was so sure, bro. He was.
And he did what he had to do. This boy's innocent. He didn't commit this crime. He didn't do it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. They want you to think that this is a scary, horrible, hidden murderer, monster, stalking the streets of Prospect Hill for 15 and a half years with no one knowing it? It is very difficult for anyone to imagine how anyone could do this to another human being. Particularly when it's the boy next door, and it's the mother of his best friend. The monster that killed Janet Downing didn't come out of that neighborhood. The monster that killed Janet Downing didn't come out of the house where Edward O'Brien was raised. 3 bloody fingerprints on the inside of the front door. That's not theory. That's
3?
fact. He may have been at the
3
scene.
bloody fingerprints?
He could have been at the scene. That's not theory. House where Edward O'Brien was raised.
That's what he's saying.
3 bloody fingerprints out of the house where Edward O'Brien was raised. 3 bloody fingerprints on the inside of the front door. That's not theory. That's fact.
There's 3 now?
I didn't know that. I mean, I knew there was a.
Why did everybody? Why when we talked to Margot, she said it was only 1 bloody fingerprint when he pushed the door. So how's that 3?
It was a palm print, a bloody palm print when he pushed the door.
2 on the door and 1 on the post. Yeah, but he's saying this is what he's saying though. In summation, he's saying 3 on the door, bro. He's not like he's saying he's pretty
Out of
sure
the
what he's saying.
House where Edward O'Brien was raised. 3 bloody fingerprints on the inside of the front door. That's not
Of the inside of the front door.
I thought I had my had something out.
not theory. That's fact. He may have been at the scene. He could have been at the scene.
This
Doesn't
dude.
mean he killed her. Guilty of murder in the first degree. Murder committed with deliberate premeditation. And
You hear that?
extreme, with deliberate premeditation. He killed her. Guilty of murder in the first degree. Murder committed with deliberate premeditation.
Deliberate premeditation. So we'd have to believe that he went on that night. He had his change of clothes. 8:45, he walks across the street with John Roberts. 9:10, he jumps off the porch. Premeditated, man.
So
That sounds crazy.
You're saying to change of clothes, so you're saying that he went in this house, he changed, put
He
a
had
mask
to.
on.
Who put the mask on?
Well, I mean that would definitely make sure you didn't have any blood in your hair after all that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how do you walk down the front porch between your parents sitting out there, your neighbors sitting on your front porch.
Knowing what you're about to go do and knowing the aftermath of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you gonna get away with that? You know what I mean? Like, how are you gonna get away with that? So you go 8:45, you walk the little kid across the street. And he doesn't slip up when the police are at midnight convenience. He don't say a fucking thing to him. Then he goes to the hospital. They're all in his face. He still don't say a thing. That's a lot of premeditation right there, bro. Like he thought this way through all the way through.
Extreme atrocity and cruelty. No murderer, no dark side, no monster.
Yeah.
God
Summer
damn.
of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die?
I asked him. I said,
Monster.
Yeah.
Extreme atrocity and cruelty. No murder.
He looked like he heard that.
Extreme atrocity.
He looked like he was feeling that, though.
Yeah.
He looked like he was feeling that. He was looking like he was feeling that.
Premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. No murderer, no dark side.
That little look up right there.
And cruelty. No murderer, no dark side, no monster.
Yeah. Summer of 1995, hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die?
I asked him. I said, Ed, why were you in the bushes last night? And he said, I wasn't in the bushes. And I said, I seen you in the bushes. And he said, I wasn't in the bushes, so I just left it at that.
Marco Abreu, Eddie O'Brien's old friend, today the star witness, recounting how he saw the hawkish teen walking away from the area of the crime scene.
Could you see his face at that point?
Yes, he looked over his right shoulder at me and smiled.
And could you describe what you saw?
Him smiling, his eyes were wide open.
O'Brien seemed amused when Abreu recreated his body language, showing
That's
how
crazy.
he appeared when he walked not far from. Abreu recreated his body. Seemed amused when Abreu recreated.
And could you describe what you saw?
Him smiling, his eyes were wide open.
O'Brien seemed amused when Abreu recreated his body language, showing how he had appeared when he walked not far from Janet Downing's house not long after the murder.
Now, did you make arrangements at that time to give a second interview?
Abreu conceded to the defense in the first two interviews with police. He said he couldn't be sure it was Eddie O'Brien. Moments later, he told the district attorney why.
After you spoke to your mother, what happened?
I told her that I was 100% sure that was Ed the whole time. The only reason I didn't say anything was because I didn't want to believe that he...
That shit is crazy, bro.
You know, it is crazy. You know, it just.
And Ed, why were you in the bushes last night? And he said, I wasn't in the bushes. And I said,
Now,
she called Lieutenant to the police. Did you kill her?
No.
Eddie
Downing? Stab her. And then did you stab her?
No.
You didn't hurt Janet Downing?
No.
And then did you stab her?
No.
You didn't hurt Janet Downing?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
So that was premeditated too? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he could beat that
I
too.
wonder who that was with their legs crossed, sitting there. You know.
Right.
Wonder if it was Riley. I wonder if he would have wanted to be present for that.
It sounds like it's Riley. They saying no though. The
Well, I
family
mean,
says
that,
it wasn't Riley.
I don't think. I mean, I wouldn't think that he would be able to question him.
R.I.P. Janet Downing. This
We
is her
don't get
funeral.
many cases as brutal as this.
A year ago tonight, Janet Downing was found brutally murdered in her Somerville home, stabbed nearly 100 times.
When I look back a year ago today, a woman alone in her own home, defenseless, just brutally murdered. It's a terrible tragedy. It's certainly a tragedy for the family, a tragedy for that entire neighborhood.
Arrested for the killing was 15-year-old neighbor Edward O'Brien, the best friend of Downing's son. An altar boy and grandson of the former Somerville police chief, he stands charged with murder.
It's a sad thing that happened. I knew both families very well. I worked with the grandfather as chief of police. So, all nice people. How this happened and why this happened is a puzzle to me.
The murder stunned this close-knit Somerville neighborhood. To this day, the O'Briens and some other residents keep essays posted on trees that profess O'Brien's innocence. The Downing family and the neighborhood raised money for this granite bench, which will be dedicated in Downing's honor tonight. In February, a judge ruled O'Brien should be tried as a juvenile, but the DA is appealing to the Supreme Judicial Court that he should be tried as an adult, where he could face life in prison if convicted.
Whoever is responsible for the brutal murder of Janet Downing should spend the rest of their life in jail. Yes.
It's just how fast your life can change just in an instant.
The anguished parents of Edward O'Brien Jr. have been living a nightmare for the past week and a half. They've launched an aggressive defense of their son, now setting up a reward fund for information in this case.
We've gotten support from people we don't even know. People that Ed knew. I mean,
People
you
that
can
we
go,
don't even know,
yeah.
that Ed didn't know. I mean, we've gotten letters
Yeah.
just signed from a friend, not even signed.
Yeah. It's just.
I think a lot of people have gone back to church. I think a lot of people are praying more.
Yeah.
And the O'Briens are praying too, because the night of July
That's
23rd,
1 week.
when Janet Downing was brutally stabbed to death, their son says he was mugged by two men near the old fire station in Somerville's Union Square. The O'Briens want to find the alleged attackers.
We just want these two gentlemen just to come forward. We're not going to press charges.
We don't care what happened. We don't care. We just want
We'll
them
give
to
them a
come.
hug. I mean, honest to God, we just want these two gentlemen. Yeah. We've gotten support. It's just.
As an adult, where he could face life in prison, dedicated in Downing's honor tonight. In February, a judge ruled O'Brien
He was small there. This is right when it happened.
should be tried as a juvenile. But the DA is appealing to the Supreme Judicial Court that he should.
He's got no emotion though. Like, I feel like you would be saying, I didn't do it.
In February, a judge ruled O'Brien should be tried as a juvenile, but the DA is appealing to the Supreme Judicial Court that he should be tried as an adult, where he could face life in prison if convicted.
Whoever is responsible for the brutal murder of Janet Downing should spend the rest of their life in jail. Yes.
It's just how fast your life can change.
This is 1 week after.
It's just in an instant.
The anguished parents of Edward O'Brien Jr. have been living a nightmare for the past week and a half.
The past week and a half.
They've launched an aggressive defense of their son, now
That's
setting up
crazy.
a reward fund for information in this case.
We've gotten support from people we don't even know. People that Ed knew. I mean,
People
you
that
can go.
we don't even know,
Yeah.
that Ed didn't know. I mean, we've gotten letters
Yeah.
just signed from a friend, not even signed.
Yeah. It's just.
I think a lot of people have gone back to church. I think a lot of people are praying more.
Yeah.
And the O'Briens are praying.
What a crazy situation up there on Prospect Hill, huh? That place was torn. I want that trial, man. I want.
Judge Gailey is predisposed to people in the same position as Mr. O'Brien, that Department of Youth Services cannot adequately treat him even if he was found amenable to treatment due to his age.
Your Honor, respectfully, there is absolutely no merit to this petition. This is nothing more than a last-minute effort to delay the transfer hearing.
Riley won this one, motion denied. Edward O'Brien, now 17, will be back in court on Monday before Judge Gailey, who will decide whether he should be tried as an adult or a juvenile. O'Brien's charged with murdering 42-year-old Janet Downey nearly 2 years ago. Despite today's setback, the defense is ready to move forward.
Judge Gailey's an experienced justice. I don't want to say Ed O'Brien can't get a fair shake, but this is something that needed to be done, needed to be brought to this court's attention.
For the families of both Edward O'Brien and Janet Downey, it starts all over again on Monday.
You do get weary, that's for sure. But you have to persevere. This is the system. So you learn to adjust, but you do get weary.
This is what we have to do to get justice, and this is the proper procedure that we're taking. And eventually, hopefully, justice will be the end results, and we can have closure on this.
Friends, neighbors, and family of Janet Downing arrived at St. Joseph's Church this morning no closer to understanding the tragic circumstances that brought them here, and still seeking answers to the not-so-simple question.
Is that Adi?
Everybody's looking for answers.
Is that Adi carrying the fucking casket?
Let me see. I have to zoom this in.
Here, and still seeking.
Right there.
Yeah.
The dude in the white shirt.
Yep. God damn, Marty.
Wow. Wow.
This is it, this is it, this is life, the one you get, so go and have a ball. This is it, this is it, this is life, the one you get, so go and have a ball. This is it, this is it, this is life, the one you get, so go and have a ball. This is it, this is
So simple question, why?
Everybody's looking for answers. Everybody.
Circumstances that brought them here, and still seeking.
I would have said that was Gina too, that was just talking.
Hopefully, justice will be the end results, and we can have closure on this.
Friends, neighbors, and family of Janet Downing arrived at St. Joseph's Church this morning no closer to understanding the tragic circumstances that brought them here, and still seeking answers to the not-so-simple question, why?
Yeah, Adi was a pallbearer.
Everybody.
That's what makes this all
There's
the more
Gina.
frustrating?
Yes.
Though haunted by such a brutal death, today they simple question, why?
Everybody's looking for answers.
That's Gina?
Yeah.
You sure?
Who the fuck wears white to a funeral?
That's Gina? You sure about that?
I would think so.
Everybody.
That's what makes this all the more frustrating?
Yes.
Though haunted by such a brutal death,
There he is.
Come on, Adi's the only one wearing white. Well, I guess not, but
Janet Downing's life, not
God
its
damn.
tragic end. This is the church where she was baptized just 4 years ago. Her neighbor, Eddie O'Brien, the murder suspect, was an altar boy at that ceremony.
As difficult as the circumstances of her death are, and they're so vivid and so real and so horrible to us, she died for reasons known only to others.
The reasons are still not clear.
Especially when you live like around the corner from him. And it's like you don't expect it from a crime.
So large family, as you can see, and I mean, she was just touched everybody in her family totally.
The family is an extended one of Somerville neighbors, torn by their affection for the O'Briens as well.
We're going to rally and we're going to pull together and we're all going to be fine.
We're all entangled in this web of sadness, and we just hope we can all pull it off. That's why I chose Let There Be Peace Center at the end, too. You know, like, hopefully we can mend this.
It's been said Janet Downing's life was her 4 children, and from them came the final prayer.
Our mother was too.
That was Carrie Ann.
Wow. Wow.
Fucking Adi's been in the mix from day one.
From day one. It's like he popped up on that scene and he hasn't left. You know?
I find it hard to believe, though, still, that he did that shit. Oh, you know what I mean? It's just, what's he doing there? It's just a question.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and we've said this before too.
Get out on parole.
I mean,
went behind bars to bring you this exclusive interview.
Did you kill Janet Downing?
Absolutely not.
Eddie O'Brien was just 15 years old when he was charged with killing his best friend's mother.
Is the defendant guilty or not guilty? Guilty.
Convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole, O'Brien has always maintained his innocence, but hasn't spoken publicly in nearly 20 years, until now. So you're adamant you didn't kill Janet?
Very adamant. And if you really look at the evidence, you'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
The truth is that I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Janet Downing was murdered inside her home in the summer of 1995. The single mom stabbed more than 90 times. Her teenage son, who was O'Brien's friend, found her body. O'Brien, a former altar boy and the grandson of the city's longtime police chief, lived across the street from the Downings. He became a suspect after police doubted his story that he'd been mugged the same night as the murder. In court, prosecutors said O'Brien had cuts on his hands and DNA evidence placed him at the crime scene. I asked him why he never took the stand to defend himself.
I was always under the impression that I was going to testify and I was going to tell my story.
Why didn't you?
Well, it was almost to the last day of the trial when I was just told, don't worry, they didn't prove their case, so you don't have to testify.
Here is the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center, a maximum security prison. At 6'6" and well over 200 pounds, O'Brien is a 35-year-old man now who has spent more than half his life in prison.
It might be weird to say, but I consider myself lucky. I had some good guys who took me under their wings, and they showed me the ropes on how to do time and how to live in here. At the end of the day, this place really doesn't matter. This isn't reality. Reality is out there where my family and friends are.
And now a big change in the legal system could affect his case. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling it unconstitutional to sentence a juvenile to life without parole. The ruling could now make O'Brien eligible for parole, but O'Brien says that doesn't change anything for him.
I feel like I would never meet the requirements of being granted a parole. I would never go in front of that board and admit to something I didn't do.
Instead, O'Brien says he wants to be
I mean, I've been in prison for 20 years, and if you try to remember that, it affects your future. So I don't even think about my past. I try not to look too far ahead, but I am hopeful. I will tell you that.
So you're adamant you didn't kill Janet?
Very adamant. You look at the evidence, you'll see the truth.
And you know, this Rule 30 that's going to be that you know it's going to be filed. I mean, there's going to be some stuff I'm sure that will be exposed. Sure. You know, and
got the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
It's an unbelievable case. You know.
and he did what he had to do.
This boy's innocent.
Eddie O'Brien's old seemed amused when
Need this child, bro. Can't believe it's that much money, bro.
I know. I know.
There's got to be someone. There's got to be someone that got out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Been convicted of
Janet Downing's home, testifying bloody print. This was a clear attempt by the prosecution to slam the door on Eddie O'Brien. A fingerprint technician testifying
That's
bloody
fucked
prints
up.
found on the front door of murder victim Janet Downing. A fingerprint tech. This was a clear attempt by the prosecution to slam the door on
Some fucked up shit right there. God
Eddie
damn.
O'Brien. A fingerprint technician testifying bloody prints found on the front door of murder victim Janet Downing's home matched those.
So where is it?
of
How many
Eddie
are there?
O'Brien.
A little hollow there.
There's 3 of them.
Hollow here. Give me another point of reference.
Do you have an opinion as to
Is he laughing
source
again?
that matches the hollow here? Give me another point of reference.
Why does he keep laughing?
Give me another point of reference.
Now, I mean, I just want to say this. You know, he was in that house earlier that night. You know, he helped bring groceries in that house. He you know, he played a game of Sega. I mean, he admits that, you know, he had a police his statement in the police department, which, you know, I mean, it always it was always something that I brought up. You know, he states that he touched 2 pitches.
Yeah, he stated he touched 2
Give
pitches
me
too.
another point of reference.
So his
Did
fingerprints.
someone yell in the court? Is that what it was? Did I hear someone yelling in the court?
Give me another.
Sound like I heard someone yell in the court. Maybe that's why he's
Listen.
Those of Eddie O'Brien.
A little hollow there. That matches the hollow here. Give me another.
You hear that?
Point of reference.
Maybe it was like somebody like downstairs in the bullpen.
Give me another point
You heard it?
of reference. Do you have an opinion as to the source of the fingerprint found on that door?
Yes, sir. The stain lighting on the front door matched the known prints which I took at the police department, that of Edward O'Brien.
And on a post in the cellar, another bloody fingerprint, much less defined, but still enough to work with.
Do you have an opinion as to
Much less defined.
Fingerprint, much less defined, but still enough to work with.
Do you have an opinion as to
Wow.
He created his body language, showing how he had appeared when he walked not far from Janet Downing's house not long after the murder. Brew recreated his. O'Brien seemed amused.
It is Wild Zone, right?
It is. It did kind of sound like yelling in there.
Bit scared.
You know, that was,
I think it was my belief that I didn't do this. This is just a mistake. They'll probably find out who did it. And then
This
I think
was your best friend's mother, your next door neighbor. Why would you not say something at that point?
when that night,
Once you observe what you did.
What do you mean? I didn't do anything.
No, once you observed what you saw, I should say. Not, when I say did, I meant what you actually saw.
I understand. That is one of the biggest regrets I have. I wish I had an answer for you. I just think it was the shock. I mean, I can't explain it. You're right.
You know, I'm J.F.K. Can you pause that for a minute?
Okay, and you said you saw someone in there?
You know, to see his reaction when that parole board officer or judge, let's say, I mean, it could have been a, I mean, to me, it's like you clearly see what that guy's. I mean, if he wasn't talking to Ed and thinking out loud or talking out loud, he would have wrote that shit down. What you did. You know what I'm saying? Like if he was reading something and mentally thinking about this case, he just said exactly what he's thinking. If you follow me. And to see, I mean, I see Ed take that back for, his
Becky
posture
said that.
changed.
Becky said that he was about to say "we." Let's hear.
And that's where you want to leave it? You
Yes.
Don't wanna, when I say did, I meant what you actually saw.
I understand. I would
say something at that point.
When that night?
Once you observe what you did.
What do you mean? I didn't do anything.
He said what? He didn't say "we." But
I think he was gonna say, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah.
But look at the smirk on his face there. His eyebrow, one eyebrow's up. I mean, he's sitting there saying to himself, he just that shit come off that guy's chest just like that, bang. When you remember or you think about what you did.
2 weeks later, after consulting with the lawyers, you decided to tell the truth regarding that?
That is correct.
And why was it you decided not to tell the truth initially?
I think it was just being stupid, scared. I think it was my belief that I didn't do this. This is just a mistake. They'll probably find out who did it. And then
look at Ryan. It's in the back. That's Ryan in the brown suit. Everybody pay attention to Ryan. You see Ryan? Let's see if we can zoom in on Ryan. I can't zoom in. Do you see him? Let's zoom in on Ryan.
Can you move the live banner? No.
What we want me to
do? The it says live.
Nah, that's just the way it works.
Yeah, that's probably us. That's probably my view of it all.
Let's look at him for a second. Let's see how he figures this out. How he acts when he talks about this part.
And then I think
your best friend's mother, your next door neighbor.
He's itching his leg.
Correct.
And
fist.
And 2 weeks later, after consulting with the lawyers, you decided to
look what he's doing with his hand. What's he doing with his hand?
Tell the truth.
Putting his leg in back of him.
Regarding that?
That is
crossing his legs.
That is correct.
And why was it you
wiggling his legs?
Decided not to tell the truth initially.
I think it was just being stupid, scared. I think it was my belief that I didn't do this. This is just a mistake. They'll probably find out who did it. And
they finally find out who did it. He turns around.
And then I think
and he flicks his hands.
Your best friend's mother.
Puts his hand down. Starts wiping off his leg.
Next door neighbor.
Or was he wiping off the chair?
Why would you not
The fuck are you doing when he's talking about that?
When that night?
Starts wiggling,
Once you observe what you did.
touching his eyes.
What do you mean? I didn't do anything.
No, once you observed what you saw, I should say. Not
Look at the way. Look at, what is he doing?
what you actually
I understand. I understand. That is one of the biggest regrets I have.
What is he doing?
I wish I had an answer for you. I just think it was the shock. I mean, I can't explain it. You're right. I should have.
Okay, and you said you saw someone in there?
Yeah, he's quirky right now, huh, J.F.K?
Yes.
Yeah, look at him. He says someone there.
That's correct.
My eyes on him.
That for your 29 years in prison?
Except for those first 2 weeks.
Okay, now as far as disclosing who that person was.
Oh, now he's knocking. His fingers.
What I like to say is, I don't want people to
All right, here we go.
believe me what I have to say. The evidence is going to speak for it, and there's a lot of evidence there that doesn't.
He starts wiggling right when he says that.
There's DNA profiles there. That's not me.
So I got one specific question.
Go ahead.
That I'm trying to ask.
Yep.
Did you at any point specifically identify someone else?
Probably not.
Never.
Never.
Okay. And the reason for not doing that was what?
I don't think anyone cares to hear what I have to say about that, especially back then.
Not even to a close family member?
Oh, I mean, that's different.
Well, have you or no?
That's correct.
You did?
I have,
You
yes.
Okay, but that never came out to assist you in any way over the years?
No. My lawyers at that time during the trials, the transfer hearings, as you can see, they didn't put on a defense.
Okay.
They didn't put anything on. He wanted more money, and that's all he cared about. No experts, no challenging. We were made promises about everything, and we had nothing.
If you did do this crime, it would be pretty concerning. This is not an average murder. This is very sadistic. There's indication there might be some sexual violence involved. 98 times she was stabbed or slashed. What do you think in terms of rehabilitation that would take?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Let's do this.
So I was like the third generation in that neighborhood. Gina today's lived there almost her whole life. Everyone was close, everyone respected each other, and everyone got along.
Safe neighborhood?
Safe?
Safe, yes.
Correct, yes.
It's a safe neighborhood. So,
You watching,
a
Paul?
little bit, first time you met the Downings.
Yeah.
Not
Ryan.
to
Ryan.
Yeah. I'm watching Eddie too.
Prospect Hill. And how did Ryan? Well, he became your best friend, right?
Ryan did, yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
The memories I have about back then, I don't even know if I can say the first time I met him. I was probably 6, 7, 8, it was like somewhere around there. It was always sports. Like our whole childhood was surrounded by sports. We were always playing baseball, basketball, and that's what we did every day. That's all the memories I have about back then.
So how often did you go over his house?
I mean, it changed throughout the years. I mean, sometimes that was the point where we all hung out there. And then later on in life, that's where we, when I was 14 or 15, it was Garvey Solomon's house that was the hangout point. And John Fitzpatrick was, it was always different houses, but I was over there a lot.
You ever stayed overnight?
I don't think so.
Oh, that sounded like a lie.
View Miss Downing. I'm just asking, she was, your best friend's mother. I mean, did you see her as a mother figure, as someone you can talk to?
This is crazy.
I had no problems talking to her. She was respectful, caring. I wouldn't say I had a lot of engagement, so I spoke to her a lot, but it's not like I wouldn't talk to her. She was respectful. She cared what we thought. We'd come over and get Ryan or whatever, and she always talked to us.
Was there anybody living with the Downings prior to the murder? Family members will come and
He
stay
doesn't.
over.
He doesn't like talking.
I know for, I don't know the exact times. I don't remember exactly, but her sister and brother-in-law lived there with the, would be considered her niece or nephew.
Did they live there for a while, or?
It could have been a year. I tell you the truth, I don't remember. Like, I could probably read off the reports exactly, but I mean, I know it wasn't just days. It was.
So you met him, right? You met her family.
Yes.
When you would go and visit.
Yes.
And did you get along with them? I'm just, did you?
I didn't have a lot of engagements with them,
Minimal
but
engagement,
it was
just
respectful.
hi, hello.
Yeah.
School, you did well, right?
No, I was probably below average.
Okay.
I cared more about sports.
You ever repeat any grades?
No.
No special education services or anything like
The
that?
only thing that I recall was I had to go through some speech classes when I was real young, like 4 or 5 or something like that.
No issues with behavior? You never got thrown out of school?
Never been
suspended?
The only type of suspensions I had was detention for like not having my tie at Don Bosco or something. Like, you go to school without your tie on, you get detention, like stuff like that. It wasn't anything.
You ever tried drugs or alcohol during that time?
The only type of thing I ever remember doing was, I think I drank a few wine coolers at one event, maybe one wine cooler, we shared it or something like that. That was the only time I ever remember that.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
For how long?
A couple years.
Up to the time when you got accused of?
Probably 3, 4, 5, 6 months before.
That's the only girlfriend?
No, I had another one too, but.
Before that?
Yes. Well, during, like, it was on and off, and then.
Okay. So, again, I know we talked about that day where the murder happened. Walk me through that day. I know you remember, going to work and so on. Can you tell me? I know you went early, right? 7 o'clock?
So 7 o'clock is usually my time that I needed to show
And
up.
how long have you been working at the?
Oh, there
Was
goes
it
the
a
water.
convenience store? Was it
Drink that shit up, boy.
It was the midnight convenience store, correct?
So it was open up to midnight or 24 hours?
That was the odd thing. It wasn't. It was open from I think 7 to 11 at night.
Okay. And what did you do there?
So I originally was offered the job from the owner, Walter Goldwyn. He knew me from the time I went to school.
And how long? And I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you a couple of times. How long? When did you first started working there? How old were you?
I would say I was 13.
13. So.
I was there for a couple of years. So Walter knew me from going in and out of the store. It was like the neighborhood store that we all went to. I went to school right there, and he offered me the job to do the Sunday papers. And then it just evolved from doing the Sunday papers.
Did you enjoy working there?
Yeah, I mean, it was a weekend job. It wasn't like a weekday. Unless they called me down for special, anytime it snowed, I'd have to go down there and shovel out the sailing and the sidewalks, or if it was something like that, or a truck was coming in, I needed to unload stuff. But it was mostly just a Saturday night, maybe Sunday morning job. But yes, I did. It was. I got money. It was a good. I've never had a problem wanting to work my whole life, and that was just another job I worked.
So, what time did you leave the store?
I don't recall exactly, but normally I would leave around 12.
Around 12?
Yes.
Now, you were an altar boy, right?
I was what?
An altar boy?
Correct.
Okay. So, church usually took place in the mornings, afternoons?
Well, back then, if I recall, you had three masses. I think one was at 9, one was at 11, and one was at 5:30. If I remember correctly. So there was 3 masses.
So you leave the store, you leave your job, right?
Correct, yep.
And then you run into a couple of people on the way back home?
No, so sorry. So when I left my job at 12, I just went home and I probably ate and went to bed. Okay. It wasn't until 5:30 I went to mass down there, and then that's when it was just too hot to go in there. I went over to the store, hung out for an hour, and then that's when I went up the hill and I saw some friends at the tower.
Okay. Did you see Ryan?
He wasn't there. It was a different group of friends. There were these girls from outside the neighborhood used to go up and hang up at the tower, and I ran into them.
Okay.
So then I saw them, spoke to them for a few minutes, went home to go check in to let them know I was back. And then that's when I ran into Ryan. I think it was Ryan, Chris Ford, and Joey Dion.
Around what time was that?
So it was in the 7 o'clock hour, I'd say, 7-ish.
There was some. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, so
They're on this dude.
Yeah.
Remember, I mean,
I don't. I would say 8-ish.
This is
maybe.
like a trial.
I kind of remember, if I remember correctly, is when Michelle and Jeannie and all them came back from Revere Beach. It was around 8 o'clock, and it was dark.
Okay.
All right, so I spoke. You know, I saw Ryan and them. They wanted to go to their friend Ricky's house. I didn't hang out with Ricky. I didn't really know Ricky, and I decided to go to Garvey's house. But then I went to my house when we all left. And I just hung out with my family and the next door neighbor.
So what time?
So just, I remember after everything was, I remember bringing the next door neighbor's kids home with him around 8:50-ish. I went to my house, talked to my grandfather for a little bit. I think, you know, that's when I put the movie on for
Did you have dinner? I know you had something to eat earlier, but did you have dinner?
No.
So you just had something to eat earlier, right?
Correct. Yep. Okay. And then that's when I decided I was going to go get something to eat. I was going to go down to Burger King.
So you go to Burger King, right?
That was about 9. It was a little after 9 now.
Okay. By yourself?
Correct. Yep.
How often did you do that?
Oh, I mean,
all the time?
Yeah. I mean, Union Square was right there. They had all pizza joints and Burger King and all that.
And it was safe because
Pizza joint, sign.
Yeah, that's just, it was right down the street pretty much.
Funny how we just.
So you go to Burger King around 8:50, 9:50?
It was after 9. It was. I mean, I don't remember the exact time,
No,
but
I understand.
it was after 9 though.
Okay.
So after that, that's when I went out. I saw the next door neighbor there, said hi to him, you know, real quick, and then that's when I walked by and I saw the Downing door open.
So you go in?
Yes.
And
Here we go.
You find this horrific scene, right?
Correct.
And you leave. How long were you in there, in the house?
Minutes, if that.
And you said you saw someone there. And you don't have to answer this. Did you know who that person was?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay.
Damn.
So after that, you go. After you leave the house.
Yep.
Where do you go?
I ended up going to Burger King, which was right down the street.
So you went to Burger King twice that day?
No. I never went early, like, no.
Okay, so, all right.
I think he said he was on his way to Burger King when he saw the door open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then that's when I decided, you know, let me just go to midnight and see Frank, who was like my friend.
So you said you were shocked to find the victim, right?
Correct.
Okay. What was your reaction? Were you afraid? Did you scream? Did you?
I mean, at first it was concerned because I didn't know what was going on. And then when I saw what I saw, then it just turned into shock and horror.
So
shock and horror,
you went
kid.
to Burger King to gather your thoughts and understand what you saw, right? I think you mentioned that before.
Yes, I think that's exactly what happened.
So can you tell me about your thoughts and what you thought you seen or what you actually seen?
No.
Or what happened?
I mean, I'm not getting into what happened in the house.
Oh, no, I'm not asking you about what happened. I'm asking you how to gather your thoughts.
Oh, I just think I wanted to go see a friend and I was like, let me go see Frank. I was only there for a couple minutes.
At Burger King?
Yeah, Burger King, yeah. I mean, I wasn't there that long, and then I went down to go see Frank.
What time did you meet up with Frank?
I mean, he says, I think I showed up. I don't remember the exact time, but it was right around 10.
How long did you spend with Frank?
Oh, he dialed 911 and handed me the phone, so it wasn't more than, you know, several minutes.
He dialed 911 because he got mugged.
Correct.
So between the Downing's house and Burger King, you got mugged.
Yes.
Safe neighborhood.
Oh, Union Square was.
Oh, yeah, but it was okay. Did they steal anything?
The reports state that I was like $18 were taken.
The reports. What's up with that?
Anything else? Did you have a watch? Did you have a knife? Nothing else, just $18.
Not that I remember. No, not that I remember. No.
Do you remember anything about the mugging? I mean, were you surprised because this had never happened to you before, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know anybody that had gotten mugged in your neighborhood before?
I mean, Union Square was a little bit more different than, say Prospect Hill, but there was things that happened down in Union Square.
Tell me, because I'm not familiar with the neighborhood.
Yep.
Tell me how far Prospect Hill is from Union Square.
Probably like a half a mile, I'd say.
Mile?
Yeah, quarter mile.
Residential neighborhood?
Union Square is not resident. It's,
Right, but between the Downings?
Well, the way I went, Prospect Hill is up on a hill. You've got to go to get to the hill. There's all different streets you can go up there, and some of those streets are residential and some of them are not.
So you get mugged, you walk to Burger King, and then you go meet Frank. What did you tell Frank happened?
I think he said he went to Burger King and then he got mugged afterwards when he was on his way. But I may be wrong about that. Am I wrong? Oh, I think I'm wrong. I think you're right.
No,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything.
No, that's all right. I'm just trying to understand how the events.
They said he got caught in the lie here.
I saw Frank and more what I remember is the reports that I read today than my actual memory. And it was just more, I guess he said, "Oh, it looks like you ate a bad pizza," or I figured exactly what he said. There was other people in the store he was talking to, and he just said, what happened. I guess he said, what happened or whatever. And it ended up being, he called 911.
When you got mugged, were you hit?
I honestly, I don't remember everything. Okay. And
that's fair.
All right. Yep.
They mugging always make me crave a Waffle.
You go on and get charged with a crime, and you were at DYS. Tell me about DYS. You were 15 when you first went to DYS, right?
That's correct.
Tell me about that.
It was definitely a learning experience. It wasn't like a regular DYS. It was in the Plymouth House of Corrections. It was its own secure unit.
Right, yes.
And I mean, I was in a single cell. It was just, I don't remember a lot those first days, tell you the truth. I remember meeting, the teachers made us go right into school, like within a few days of being there. I remember going to school. I remember meeting a few guys. But those first days are kind of blurry, honestly, to tell you the truth, but I remember a little bit.
A couple of more questions or comments. You said, people were not willing to talk, right?
What do you mean?
For the trial.
Okay, yep.
Do you have any idea why? Were they afraid? Were they threatened? Were they... it's just your opinion. You don't have to answer. I'm just curious.
I mean, I have no problem giving my opinion on that. The narrative that was given back then, that was created by the district attorney, is it's definitely not correct, and a lot of people supported that theory would fabricated lies, and it's hard for some people to say, yes, I misstated, I didn't mean to say that, or I was asked to lie. It takes a lot for someone to come forward and say that. One person did already. We've already found out some information. We know a lot about what happened back then. And I just hope more people would come forward.
So the people you're talking about were your friends, right?
Not only that, other people too.
You ever wonder why they would lie, or if they were lying, change the story? Or
my best guess is this: back then, it was lines were drawn in the sand in that neighborhood.
Yep.
You either supported me and my family, or you supported the Downing family.
That's it.
And if you chose one side, I guess you just went with it. And going through Tom Riley's notes, I found a lot. And He literally wrote down narratives for people.
Were you disappointed or upset that your friends basically hung you out to dry, basically? I mean, I'm not putting
It's
words
not
in
so
your
much.
mouth, but
I look at it this way. You know, back then, yes. But as an adult today and looking back and reflecting, if the shoes were reversed and I had to pick a side, what would I have done? Would I have just went along with everything too? I don't know.
a couple of more questions really quick. The cell phone.
Yes.
How long did you have that cell phone for?
A couple of years.
A couple of years, and you were free to go into the internet and look for whatever you want, right?
Yep.
How old were you at that time? When you had a cell phone?
Oh,
More or less. You don't have to be exact. I know
it was early 30s.
30s. Now you had been in prison for probably over 15 years.
Yeah.
There. Did you ever look at adult content?
I would say yes. Yeah.
Okay. For how long? I'm just, again, you don't have to.
Well, I mean, I would say yes. But you also got to realize it's a very, it's not like I have a lot of privacy at there to sit down and watch everything. It's hit or miss. But also at the same time, I was afraid to look up a lot of sites because a lot of sites give you viruses and your phone gets shut down. And so
You didn't
it
want to
was,
lose that.
huh?
You didn't want to lose that.
And I didn't want to lose that. So I was very cautious with it.
One more question and comment. You appear to be very educated, smart. I mean, you've done a lot of research. You have you have educated yourself. The crime that was committed was horrific. You agree with that. Whoever
He just
committed
does this
the crime,
when they said
I know
it.
you're denying that. Whoever committed the crime, what do you think should happen to that person? Should that person be left out on parole? Have an opportunity if it was let's say a 15-year-old? Because
I understand your question, and I know you're probably thinking, if I did do it, would I be safe for society? I can only speak for me, who didn't do this. You have no problem with society if I'm released. None at all.
So you would have no problem if you were sitting up here releasing someone that actually committed the crime?
I can only speak on myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Right.
It's just your opinion, because you have educated. I mean, you have done a lot of research about a lot of things. So,
I mean, that's going down the rabbit hole again because the evidence presented in front of you is not even correct to make an opinion. If somebody, I can't answer that question.
That's fair. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Board Member Ortiz. All right, Mr. O'Brien, so that concludes the questioning phase. So I'm going to have you take a seat right over here, please.
Yeah, okay, that's what, thanks. Dr. Kinshar?
Thank you.
So keep in mind, this is the guy who went against him. Well, the guy who said that if someone did this was a sexual deviant, but then he talked to Eddie and he thinks Eddie didn't do it. So.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinship.
Good afternoon, Chair Hurley. I'd like to respect the board's time as possible, and so I'm going to make what for me is an abbreviated statement, and hopefully we'll have time for questions in what is a complicated outlier case. For the record, I had a role in the court processes that ultimately led to the conviction of Mr. O'Brien for the murder of Janet Downing. I testified in the first of two transfer hearings as an expert witness offered by the prosecution. My testimony was limited to what might be inferred from analysis of the crime scene about the nature and the motivation of the crime. I did not conduct a forensic evaluation of Mr. O'Brien. I offered no opinion regarding him as an individual, nor his amenability to rehabilitation were he to be retained in the juvenile court rather than transferred for trial as an adult. There are two important aspects to keep in mind. You're already aware of them, but I think it's important for me to mention them so you know that I was aware of them in conducting my evaluation of him most recently. First, he's consistently denied that he murdered Ms. Downing and that there are persons who ardently hold that he has been wrongfully convicted and persons who equally ardently hold that he committed the brutally lethal attack for which he was convicted. Second, this crime is not like the more familiar situations in which an adolescent recklessly commits a murder related to street criminal activity,
Brian
gang
looked like he
involvement,
left,
petty rivalry, or reaction to real or perceived threat or disrespect. All homicides are disturbing. This crime also involved overkill and evidence that the perpetrator engaged in cutting Ms. Downing after she may have been unconscious. The familiar drivers of a trajectory that results in a homicide by an adolescent, such as substance misuse, other criminal activity and court involvement, family violence or other dysfunction, seriously delinquent companions and the like, are not apparent in this case. This is not the only case where familiar drivers are absent. However, Doug suggests that our ordinary frameworks may be insufficient for understanding what could give rise to this kind of homicide and the subsequent trajectory of Mr. O'Brien as the person convicted in 1997 for that homicide over his years of incarceration. So in brief, my report discusses some of the usual frameworks that we point to in looking at adolescent homicides. First is the age crime curve, where we see sort of a normative desistance from all kinds of misconduct, including criminal misconduct, as people enter their early 20s. We know that this self-desistance, this age crime curve, applies even to adolescents who have committed quite heinous crimes in their adolescence and is not clearly related or related at all, perhaps, to their ultimate capacities for rehabilitation over the lifetime. We understand this age crime curve and the desistance and remaining capacities for rehabilitation to really be a function of two things. One is neurological maturation, and the second is social maturation. The trajectory of the rehabilitation of youthful offenders is usually a function of social learning before they commit their index offense and social learning in the social environment that is the prison that holds them. So one of the questions that we need to ask in any given case is, are there any obstacles here to social learning that would prevent ultimately rehabilitation and the ability to re-enter a community safely? The usual kinds of things you see in cases like this are neurological damage or deficits, complex trauma histories, emergence of major mental illness, elements of psychopathic personality, and youth who are embedded in criminal networks before and or after their incarceration. In this particular case, these features are not present in his history prior to or after the murder of Janet Downing. In this particular case, Mr. O'Brien lacks the history typically found among life course criminals, or nor does he have the clusters of features in child development of those that we know are repetitive or serial homicide offenders. I do think that a way of thinking about this, Member Coughlin, is that we do have a baseline of Mr. O'Brien up to the point of the index offense. It's just that it isn't populated by the things we usually see. But it does mean that that's the baseline that we're working with. In this particular case, it's not the presence of neurological deficits or criminal companions and the like. It's the absence of them, which is part of what makes this case such a puzzling one. He also lacks the familiar obstacles to social learning that would allow him to grow and change towards rehabilitation since his detention and subsequent incarceration. In this particular case, he has had a relatively minimal disciplinary history, 7 tickets in 29 years, etc. He continues to maintain significant family and community support. He has demonstrated significant educational attainment, extensive rehabilitative programming, positive work, and housing reports over the course of 29 years. and demonstrate a track record of developing positive leadership roles. If we had seen the other kinds of things that we ordinarily see in histories, we would consider these to be markers of successful rehabilitation. We would feel optimistic about somebody who had committed a serious crime and then over the course of 29 years showed up in front of this board with this kind of history. I think part of what is a puzzle here and a challenge is denial. Now, why does it pose a challenge for us? I think it poses a challenge for us because it precludes an individualized assessment of the drivers towards a crime that we ordinarily see. And we like to see those because we like to know that whatever has been done by rehabilitation has been tethered to the drivers in a way that minimizes them. Here, unfortunately, we don't have clear drivers, either by history or by what we can learn from Mr. O'Brien himself. But it's complicated further by the fact that denials or admissions alone don't add much to analysis of risk or even to the analysis of success of rehabilitation. In some sense, whether somebody admits or denies the crime, the questions really boil down to how many infractions have they had during the course of incarceration? Have they had stable work and housing histories? Have they attained education and vocational skills? The sorts of things we'd ordinarily see. So when I approached this case, I thought it better, in the absence of that kind of individualized tethering of risk to event, to really try and track the record of Mr. O'Brien before and after the commission of the murder in 1995, and think about what are the things I would hope to monitor should he be out on release. And these would include things that, again,
gamers, it is time to match the
energy.
Let's feel the energy.
Any substance abuse,
J.F.K. in the
whether
mix.
or not he's availing
Come
himself
on, get
of
up.
counseling that would support adjustment and the like. There is a very clear cluster of factors that you see repeatedly in the histories of youthful offenders who go on to commit kinds of repeated or serial offenses, and virtually none of them are present even in the alleged history of Mr. O'Brien. I'll leave time for questioning, but we can discuss that cluster if you would like to. But the kinds of things that I would be worried about in terms of a specifically sexualized crime is, do we see evidence at any point in his development of a compulsive or hypersexual sexuality? Do we have evidence of deviant sexual arousals, especially towards particularly vulnerable kinds of victims? The truth of the matter is that even if we were to score him on some of the actuarial tools for sexual offenders, he would come out relatively low because of the lack of repetition, the nature of the victim and the like. That still leaves us understandably unsettling. I would like to offer that the opinions that I gave during the transfer hearing were the results of crime scene analysis that I did not do, and in the absence of a individual evaluation of Mr. O'Brien. And I know that we're not retrying this case, but I also want to know that in some of the sexual homicides that I have been involved with before, there were other indicators, harder indicators, if you will, or more compelling indicators of the sexual nature of the crime. In this particular case, for example, there was no injury to the genitalia of the victim. There was no semen found at the scene, the sort of things that you often see in a sexual homicide that make it quite clear to you that that's precisely what the motivation would have been. The murder of Janet Downing, the prosecution theory that the brutal attack was sexualized and even sadistic, certainly raises understandable concerns amongst the parole board and others. I anticipate that members would be concerned about something like this could occur again, and concerned that the differences between this murder and those more commonly committed by adolescents make it more difficult to confidently apply the standard indicia of rehabilitation. These concerns are understandable and they are important, but Mr. O'Brien is not the only person whose index convictions have been for crimes outside of the ordinary. If, in fact, challenges to evidence previously interpreted as indicating a sexualized motive diminish the likelihood of that being the motive, then from a forensic risk and behavioral management perspective, the likelihood of a compulsively driven crime is also diminished. And that is, of course, what we all would worry about as a compulsively driven sexualized crime. How much punishment is enough upon conviction for a brutal crime committed during adolescence is a social and moral matter properly reserved, as you know, I believe, to the parole board solely. Whether or how to weigh Mr. O'Brien's consistent denial of perpetration of the index offense is also a social and moral matter properly reserved to the parole board, although research may provide some guidance in considering that very important decision. Based upon the available information, including my comprehensive review of Mr. O'Brien's course, both prior and subsequent to his arrest for the murder of Ms. Downing, it's my forensic opinion that Mr. O'Brien, if released on parole and subject to conditions, is likely to live in the community without violation of law. What is consistent with the welfare of society is ultimately yours, a social and moral judgment properly reserved to the parole board. But it may also be informed by indicia of rehabilitation and prospects for positive reintegration and contributions to the community. And I'm available for any questions you might have.
We do have a question, Board Member Coughlin.
Sorry, thank you for that. This is very helpful in the report. It's very helpful as well. In terms of deepening my understanding of sort of baseline, can you help me understand, or do you have any thoughts or insights on the psyche of a child that could witness or bear witness to that gruesome scene and then have an appetite after and go to Burger King? Help me understand that a little bit more.
Oh, I guess what I can say is that I have talked to and worked with many people who, in the face of something that is almost literally beyond their imaginations, they do the most extraordinary things. And sometimes they completely fall apart. They become unsafe. They melt down. They look, sometimes very post-traumatic, sometimes even quasi-psychotic. Other times people just simply shut down. They numb for a while they're processing this. I'm recalling a number of the transfer hearings where I was a witness in the past. And sometimes the young people were described as having no capacities for guilt or remorse or victim empathy because of the ways that they had responded, often as the perpetrators, sometimes the witness of an extremely violent crime. And I can understand why my colleagues and I often thought that. We didn't understand at the time that if you're not prepared for a high exposure to extraordinary violence, even perpetrators have defensive reactions to that until they learn to desensitize and dehumanize their victims. And I don't know what happened to many of the people who were transferred. In that day, it was hard to track people who went into the DOC. But what I can tell you is that almost without exception, the young people who were described as lacking capacities for empathy, remorse, at the time of their transfer hearings, based upon their reaction in the days or weeks after the transfer hearing, almost all of them were at DYS on suicide watch, because the numbing had worn off and the magnitude of what they had done and the impact on the lives, their life, the life of the victim, of the person they often knew, the victim's family, had worn off. And we had to work to keep them alive.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Dr. Bonner.
Question. As you know, to complicate all of this further, is he was only 15. So we may not have seen a pattern of similar offenses because he was apprehended when he was 15 years old.
Well, in his particular case, I mean, one of the factors you often see in the cluster, the people we worry most about, is that they have had repeated exposures, often to very severe intimate partner violence or repeated acts of very violent community events. In his particular case, he had less preparation, if you will, for what he would have observed if he were in on the scene. Even less preparation for that kind of reaction if he was in fact the perpetrator.
So I'm not actually speaking to the reaction, but more to Mr. Coleman's point.
for a 15-year-old, even if we minimize the sexual sadistic part of this offense, it's horrific enough. And in your experience, for a 15-year-old to be capable of committing these offenses, as we sort of all discussed at that period of time in transfer hearings, the expectation would be significant therapeutic intervention.
Yes, significant therapeutic intervention, and almost without exception, guidance as to what that significant therapeutic intervention would have to consist of would be reflected in the history that the young person brought us on the day that they committed the offense of record.
Okay. And I mean, this is an unusual profile, I think, because we're now to sort of rely on neurological maturation and social maturation as being sufficient for him to now have been deemed, according to the actuarial assessments, as lower risk. Do you find that unusual, that he could presumably go from this crime to these risk assessments with relatively little, I think, therapeutic intervention?
Given that he arrived at the day of the index offense with what appears to have been a loving, intact family, secure attachments, the ability to adequately socially navigate his world, to avoid fairly common adolescent trouble and so forth, he would obviously, in my view, require some understanding and some work on what led him to this horrific but uncharacteristic act. But he would be a different challenge than somebody who also arrived having been born with a callous, unemotional temperament, history of explosive rages, history of early and hypersexual interests. So, one of the challenges I think for before you is, given this record, all of the obvious things where we would say, we would need to address this and this and this and this and this, are the things that we would have been hoping that he would have gone through his childhood with. And in his particular case, he came through with reasonably adequate education, social adjustment, secure attachments that are stable to this day with many people.
So let me ask it a different way. You did explain some of this in the report, but for the benefit of the people in the room who may be wondering the same thing. Let's say tomorrow he calls you up and he says, you know what? Everything that was brought out in the hearing was true. I was ruminating about her. I had these sexual fantasies about her, and I did it. Would it change your risk analysis for him?
If you were telling me that he was currently have them, absolutely, certainly I would. It would change my risk analysis. And I've come through the records in as great a detail as I can, and I just don't see the kind of compulsive sexuality, for example, that you see amongst people who either will eventually end up or are already at the mass treatment center. The sexual preoccupations and the like. If you were to say, in your hypothetical, on that day at that time, that's the kind of thing that I was thinking. I would say, all right, so tell me what's happened since then. Because the whole goal of the kinds of interventions that we see is to help people to attain the kind of stability of judgment and behavior and interaction that actually is what most of his adult life has looked like.
Which we don't have. We're not able to make meaning of this because of his denial. So, but you did explain some of that in the report, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Kinship.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate it.
He knows he ain't getting out. He's like, I just wasted my
Um,
fucking time.
Lauren Harnington, she drafted the sort of alternative release plans. I don't know if you have questions or, yeah, why don't you just, do you have something to say?
I can be very brief. We created 3 solid plans for Mr. O'Brien, one in the Springfield region where his sister resides, one in the larger Boston area. There's 2 long-term residential programs where we've applied to. Also, his parents live not necessarily close, but definitely within driving distance, and also in the Vermont area where he could go to another long-term residential program. Clearly, he has strong family support who's committed to seeing him successful. And I am willing to remain involved to do whatever I can to fill in any gaps. You have the report in front of you, but there's just a plentiful of services and supports that would exist for him should he be released to one of the 3 regions, upon your decision.
Good. We do have the report. And we
confirm a dearth of programming and events and limited space for group meetings and activities. There is no other peer-led group except for EGL at Gardner. It is in this context that
We try to get this girl on.
Eddie brought fellow incarcerated men together and proposed solutions. He worked with the administration on his proposal to renovate unused classroom space in order to create a community room and office for EGL. He took care of the despite all the challenges.
All right, she spoke real good to Eddie. This woman right here.
We were both young teens.
Look
There was
who
a
it is.
huge group of us that hung out at Brigham's in Porter Square and the bowling alley around the corner on Davenport Street. We were kids from several different Somerville neighborhoods and various North Cambridge neighborhoods. That was when and where Janet and I became friends. We were 14, 15 years old. Janet was soft-spoken, very pretty, but very insecure. Janet was funny, and she was fun to be around. She was shy. She took her time to open up. She was kind and caring. Janet had an air of vulnerability about her, something that made you feel very protective toward her. Janet was a passive soul, never violent, always believing that a gentle approach could resolve any dispute. You really couldn't help but love Janet. I just wanted you to know the Janet I knew, because she stayed pretty much the same all the rest of her life. Time, events, boyfriends, girlfriends happened, and we all went on different paths. Some got married, some went on to school, some went good, some went bad, some went to war, some came home, some didn't. It was many years later that Janet and Paul bought the house across the street from mine. I grew up in my house, as did my mother before me. My parents brought the house from my great aunt. I left home at 15 due to family issues. Times were very different back then. I married at 18. I had children, divorced, and lived elsewhere throughout the city for several years. In 1986, I remarried, and my husband, kids, and I moved in to help my mother as she divorced my father. I purchased my father's ownership of the house as part of the divorce settlement. The O'Briens moved into the house at 74 Boston Street when Edward, little Ed's father, was 6 months old. His sister Joan is the same age as me, and we were friends. Tricia O'Brien's family lived down the hill, and her sister Mary and I are the same age, and we're friends. Tricia's brothers were the same age as my brothers, and they were all fast friends. I wanted to tell you this so that you knew what our neighborhood was like and how close we all were. Most of us had 2 or 3 generations living together in the same house. Everyone knew everybody's business. Really no secrets. It's kind of hard to have them when you're in and out of each other's home on a daily basis. This was the neighborhood Janet moved into, and she fit right in. She made friends and settled down, comfortable. She was part of Prospect Hill. Life went on, kids grew. Everyone knew that if they needed help, help was
Prospect
just
Hill.
a door or 2 away. Summers were lived on
Should
our
be
front
the name
porches
in a
from sun
movie.
up to streetlights. We all lived under the watchflies of each other.
Right?
On that day, things started so normally and ended
Yep.
with a horror that broke so many hearts and changed so many lives.
Here we go.
At 7 a.m., I took the Sunday papers and my coffee and settled in on my porch. Within 5 minutes, Janet came out with her cup of coffee and came over to my house. She said she had some issues and fears she wanted to discuss and needed some advice on a few things.
Let's go.
As it turned out, we spent the next 10 hours talking about several things.
10 hours.
We agreed that I would write something for her to settle one of her problems.
10
And that
hours?
we would move from my porch to my den and back. The heat and the humidity was horrid. It was uncomfortable and exhausting. At 5 p.m., Janet left to do her grocery shopping, and I sent my daughter Tara to the same store to get some things for supper. She and Janet were both in line at the same time at the store. Tara came home, Arthur grilled, and we all had supper. We noticed that Janet's car was still parked in front of her house instead of the driveway, and that was odd, but we didn't think it was anything to worry about then. Around 10 p.m., our street was full of fire trucks, cop cars, and an ambulance. I thought it was a domestic issue. Janet and I had discussed something of that earlier, so I went over. There were 2 cops standing on Janet's walkway. I just walked right by and into the house. I saw the most horrific scene you can imagine. I realized it wasn't what I thought, and I went back across the street to my own porch.
Man.
All I could say at that time to my husband was, "It's really bad. It's just really bad."
Man.
Excuse me. He made me sit down, brought me a Coke, and put a wet cloth on my neck. I think I was probably in a bit of shock at the time. Things moved lightning fast after that night. Janet's kids were so sad and lost. There was her wake, and then there was the unthinkable arrest of little Ed. The media were all over our street. If you left your porch, you had several microphones shoved in your face and people screaming questions at you. We were surrounded day and night. The newspapers were full of it, the TV news, the morning news, the nightly news. Instead of just detailing what was seen or said or discussed, the presentation seemed to be being presented in such a manner that it was designed to create division among lifelong neighbors and friends. The media frenzy seemed to be politically directed to sensationalize the brutality and horror while creating a distinct division in our neighborhood. They wanted and they got a team O'Brien versus a team Downing atmosphere. And that wasn't us. That wasn't all of us. Brutality and division were foremost in the daily news. What was lost was Janet. There was never a focus on who Janet was or how gentle and kind and caring and giving. There was never any focus on the actual feelings of all of our neighbors, that Janet was loved, Janet was missed, Janet was and still is mourned. We lost Janet too. We too still feel that loss. No one reported on any of that.
Nope.
Once little Ed was arrested, he was just gone, simply gone. Parents, lawyers, law enforcement were all he had. He was totally isolated from the entire circle of support and comfort he'd grown up with. My heart was breaking for his mother, his father, his sisters, and especially for that little boy in a big body. The boy who was so shy, naive, and insecure on his own home ground. He was now thrust into unfamiliar and a hostile environment. And he was all alone. The hearings happened. The trial happened. The verdict and the sentence announced. Life, Walpole. Little Ed was led away, an immature teenage kid who was so shy and insecure that he wouldn't go swimming with his own friends because his own size embarrassed him. Now he was to be shed away with society's worst. We were horrified. The media was still swarming our block. Just trying to get into the house was an ordeal that day. When I fought my way to my porch, I found Victoria Block, a journalist, sitting by herself. She wasn't being part of the mob of media frenzy. She simply came as a caring human being. She told me that her husband worked in the correction system and that it would be weeks to months before little Ed actually got sent to Walpole because classifications did not work quickly. When it actually did happen in a nearly immediate rush, she came back to the house again, not professionally, just as herself, and apologized. She said her husband was appalled that little Ed was being treated so much different than everybody
Ms.
else.
Mahoney, you're approaching 10 minutes. I mean, and I see that you have a number of additional
I only
pages
have a
there.
little bit left.
Okay. I mean, if we're trying to keep it within a certain time frame.
I'm so sorry.
I know. I mean, it's hard. This is my least favorite part of this position. I need to ask people to try to wrap it up. If
Okay.
you try to do that, I would truly appreciate it.
All right, lady.
Somehow little Ed kept
You don't
faith.
want to hear about
He
the
believed the
Walpole
truth, which
stories.
eventually set him free. He continued on and he got a laudable education. He developed an incredible insight into society's norms and disadvantages, even while exiled from society itself. Informed and well-spoken. I speak to little Ed on the phone as often as I can. I love him and I miss him. In my heart, he's still the shy, awkward boy whose cheeks would bloom red at the beginning of every encounter. But I know he has grown into a bright, articulate, kind, and generous man. Little Ed's academic accomplishments amaze me. He's had peers on the outside with every worry.
Okay, let me see if there's any questions.
But there are a number of things I don't.
Erin Downing, daughter of Janet Downing.
I admit with shame, guilt, and much regret. But there are a number of things I don't know about my mother. I was still a teenager when she was taken from me. And at that time, other things like my boyfriends, friends, school, and work were my priority. But when you're young, you naively think you have all the time in the world. I thought I had time to get to know those things. But he ripped that time away from me. So here are some things I do know about my mother. She was kind, she was gentle. And these traits carried over to her volunteer work for Meals on Wheels. Often taking us when making deliveries, I can still remember the smell of the hot lunches that were packed into the back of her brown station wagon. She enjoyed taking ceramics classes. One of my most prized possessions is the last piece she made for me, only a few months before she was killed. She was incredibly proud of her kids. When I graduated from junior high with several academic awards, she cried.
Damn, man. Aaron Downing, bro.
It's crazy.
When I graduated from St. Clement High School, she stood on the sidewalk outside the church before the ceremony even started, with tears streaming down her face. I was the first of her kids to go to college. Unfortunately, my mother never got to see me graduate from Suffolk University with honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys are getting into it. We've been rocking. We're going to pick it up. I know you guys want to see more of that. I have more of that. We can watch that some other time.
Oh, yeah, people.
It's creeping up on the 5 a.m. hour. Kev's snoring in my ear.
God damn, you heard that?
Yeah.
Not my plan.
It's Mother's Day weekend, ladies and gentlemen. We got some
That's
news
right.
about Adi. If you're just tuning in, go back and click back. We actually talked to Adi in the chat, and he said some things. And another great flight. I appreciate it. The Venmo's at JFK Show Off. The Cash App is at JFK Show Off. We have that going down the bottom of the screen with Kev. Where is it? Let me see. Right here. Boom.
What was Adi's new take tonight? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Carrie Ann gave Carol a ride to the hospital.
Yeah, it's getting late, guys. Well, it's early. Y'all got shit to do. I appreciate y'all being here and even, kicking it on this late night. We're just trying to get down to the bottom of it and make the presentations tighter. I appreciate your time. Throw your notifications on. Thanks for hanging on the porch with us. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace out. Peace out. Yes. Let's go, people.
Let's
go.
You know how we do it.
Long gamers, it is time to match the energy. Let's feel the energy.
J.F.K. in the mix.
Come on. Get up. People get up. Stomp your feet. Let's get down. Match the energy. Turbulence in the chat keeps the plane. We are all we got. The pivot is magical. One's up.
Welcome to J.F.K. in the mix.
Look outside.
That's oh shit. We in the hood? Or the hood is in here?
Absolutely. Sticky fingers.
Speed. Yo, J.F.K. What up, you son of a...
Static.
Look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth. You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth. You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
You look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
You look at the evidence.